welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
It is time! We are back for the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 6 final day for EMEA. We're about to find out our Season 6 champion for MRC. I am Tetcher, joined by Got Moxie, and we have found our Ignite representatives already.
We have found our Ignite representatives. The 3 spots for the MRC teams have been filled, and now we get to see where they will land in terms of the power ranking between the 3 of them, because we've got some rematches coming through today, Tatcha. But Crimefall getting to rematch against Alta Zenith, the team that sent them to the lower bracket all the way back in round 8. They've been looking stronger. They're really starting to adapt quite nicely into a team identity, and I think this one might be a little bit closer than the last time that the two met.
They've had a really solid run to make it through here. They've had to play against better and better teams as the matches have gone on. So Cramfall have just been slowly improving. They haven't had to hit the rad wall nice and early on, for example, to try and deal with that. So they've improved time after time, and they were able to cinch that 3rd spot for Ignite. But like you said, now they have to go into that rematch against Alta Zenith, who just had that rad GG match yesterday, meaning that they may have learned something from that.
Yes, so I think we're definitely going to be seeing a whole lot of adaptations coming on through, as we can have a look at some of our cosmetics that are going to be coming through. Coming to the shop, actually, already, the Captain America Cursed Captain costume is here. When a legend is bound by darkness, we get this amazing cosmetic, which is available from the store right now. You can go in, you can open up the game. Don't do it now, obviously. Stay here, watch the games with us. But after the stream, go grab this one, because in my opinion, it is one of, if not the best Captain America cosmetics that they've released. The Hellfire Gala one is, it's hard to try and decide between the two.
And we've been seeing it a little bit inside some of our MRC games. And we were kind of thinking that we would not get to see Psylocke in our MRC games, but she has actually shown up. The chains have been broken. The stars have been claimed. And you can join in with the once captive Corsair. Freedom isn't given, it's taken. Also available within Marvel Rivals right now. And these 2 skins are bundled together, so you can get them both at a discounted price. What more could you want? Is it good games? We've got you covered on there too.
Yeah, we really do just bring you all of the treats. I mean, the Marvel Rivals action is just going to continue all the way through the day. If you were following along with the Pacific Grand Finals, you know that one went the distance. We're hoping the EMEA goes the distance, and then in America too, which will be coming to you after EMEA has wrapped, the action will continue for even more. Best of 5 for the first one in our lower bracket finals, and then when we move to the Grand Finals, it becomes a best of 7. So a huge game of adaptation. We're going to be seeing a lot of changes. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of different compositions coming on through. And I'm really, really hoping when we look at this first match, we're already going to start to see a little bit of variations, because something that we have to talk about right from the start is that Crownfall are going for Doctor Strange. Like, they're playing Doctor Strange so frequently.
They are.
Alongside the Invis woman, and there's pros and cons to that one, right? Maga's really, really good because you can give all of those team resources without necessarily having to be directly on top of them. Strange is really, really good for being able to shut things down like Invisible Woman inside the Invisible Boundary with the Eye of Agamotto, followed up by the Maelstrom of Madness. And we said it's a rematch. This is a rematch. It's a rematch all the way back from March 7th, round 8 was when these two teams met up, when we were still in the BO3 aspect of the bracket. So already this series is going to go longer.
And here's what they are fighting for right now. That prize pool, $14,500. And look at the jump. Third place to just getting second place is $1,000 increase. But that is doubled if you get to first place. With Rad already waiting in those grand finals, it's a rough journey for these teams to try and meet them there as they have to go through each other. And of course, something we've already managed to close the door on, we have our Ignite teams for the pre-season. We are very excited to welcome Rad, Alta Zenith, and Crownfall to the EMEA Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, you've locked up your spot. That particular stress factor in these matches has been removed, but you don't want to take third, right? You want to show improvement.
For sure.
You want to show what your team is going to be able to do. And especially if you're a player who's going to be new onto the scene, like a lot of these players we already know, we got to see them on Ignite teams last year. Some of these teams, though, if you haven't been following along with some of the tournaments in the grassroots scene or potentially over in the Saudi E-Leagues, you might be a little bit more unfamiliar with these players, so it's about making your mark and showing what you've got when you head to those big leagues.
But speaking of showing what you've got, we've got to talk about this ban phase. This is not the Ignite phase that they will be dealing with coming soon in 2 weeks. This is the MRC ban phase, meaning that everything you ban is banned for both teams. Everything you protect, everything you lock is locked for both teams. Both teams have access to it now, meaning that you can have mirror matches, but also we've had some really creative drafts where it's so much more important to target out the big comfort picks, the one tricks, the characters that people have really mastered, as opposed to real meta control drafts, which is really exciting to see.
Well, we're headed to our first ban draft now. As we talked about, it will be Celestial Husk Domination up first. And right away, we have to address the fact that Elsa is not the instant ban. Both of these teams, the last time they met, were more than comfortable playing the Elsa mirror, as well as the Gambit mirror. Now that we see Adam getting saved on the side of Alta Zenith, that might lead Crownfall down the path of having to take out the Loki to try to prevent the Loki-Adam stall composition. But this save here could still be something that allows them to potentially play that dive, as we see Alta Zenith went for the Daredevil right away so that MJD does not get to play that character.
Worried about that backline dive. The Gambit is quite mobile, could have escaped, but either way, it will slip on through without the Daredevil at least to worry about. However, you mentioned it earlier, we are seeing a lot of dive in this current meta, so being able to deal with that is very hard to deal with. So you're seeing very much a rise in the mobile strategists in the backline, the Gambits, the Rockets, the Jeffs, and of course, the Lokis, who has so far managed to escape persecution in the ban phase as Wolverine is taken out, who has had a massive showing throughout our upper and lower bracket games.
It's going to be wild if we get Loki, Gambit, Adam.
Yeah, that'll be a lot.
It feels like one team is going to try to slow things down and stall it out with the res, but then if you forgo the Gambit Loki, then you're going to just get out-tempered by 2 casts of Raging Royal Flush, as we get the 4 getting removed on the side of Alta Zenith, which a lot of teams have actually started moving into when they're up against a dive composition. And also, if you're wondering why we're getting a Thing ban, that's targeting Rosa, because Alta Zenith, the big difference, well, there we go. Alta Zenith clap back with a target onto Crownfall Strange. We talked about it. It's more of a comfort pick for them. I was actually talking to Abuhu about this yesterday, yesterday, where they had a matchup and we were wondering why were they going for the Strange instead of the Magneto, and they said it was more of a comfort thing for them. So taking out the comfort picks for both of the sides, and we get not only Gambit, Adam, Loki through, we get Gambit, Star-Lord as well, which means that Mag Meteor M has to be ready to absorb the Galactic Legend empowered by Raging Royal Flush, or you're going to lose the Gambit matchup.
But very interesting to look at here. We'll be heading into our first map very shortly, but look at the duelist choices here. We are seeing Whoops on that Star-Lord for that Rage and Royal Flush combo to just massively capitalize and just try and one-clip every single person possible from the sky. Whereas Crownfall, they've gone for a little bit more of a neutral duel, starting off with Elsa, highly mobile, being able to really burst through Vanguards with a little bit of crowd control of her own and very hard to pin down. Very interesting to see how these two teams are picking different fight styles.
Yeah, Crownfall can go for the Gambit Raging Royal Flush combined with the Heartbreaker from Ibuku. Alter Zenith as well could potentially save the Raging Royal Flush, not just to line up with Whoops and Team Captain, but also to free the team with the Purify aspects of the ultimate cast from the Glartrox grab off of that Apex Predator. But it is a risk, right? Running 3 Vanguards on the side of Alter Zenith into an Elsa is going to be feeding MJD in terms of gaining those instinct levels and empowering the mobility aspect of the duelist.
Whereas this doesn't really benefit Whoops as much. Yeah, they're going to be able to get a lot of ult charge by just unloading into those front lines, but no more than they might have been able to get in a double Vanguard composition. For now, they're starting on the flank. See, don't need to worry about the Vanguards getting ult charge there if you could put some pressure on the flank into the backline. And positioning-wise, we're seeing a very split setup for Alter Zenith that pays off as they take out MJD right at the start here and begin to put pressure onto that front line, forcing out the regeneration domain as Abuhu is trying to get some counter pressure on the board, but is zoned out, forcing out the Raging Royal Flush early.
This is the problem. Alter Zenith were doing more damage to Crownfall's side. Twilight regenerates that ultimate far faster than Alter Zenith, and they get to take the fight with first cast of Raging Royal Flush before Alter Zenith have Mirror. MJD's back in the fight, comes back, starts cleaning on up, and Crownfall off of the back of that should be able to get the first cap because they already removed Exit from the equation. No Loki, no copied Gambit ultimate, no chance of evening the tables.
What a pickup there by Crownfall, and you mentioned it, no Loki down. They will be respawned, which does mean that Alter Zenith now have access to 2 of those Rage and Royal Flushes with that God of Mischief, but when they push in, that means Crownfall, if they can hold and take some damage in the neutral, they're already building back up. Darby's on 91% for Rage and Royal Flush, Twilight's on 49% for God of Mischief. They're catching it up very quickly while still holding the point and doing damage to Alter Zenith on the way. Here comes the Heartbreaker into the backline, which is actually going to sap away both Rage and Royal Flush options. Finally going to be pulled out for Alter Zenith, and Seventro is able to back away and find a safer position, but they have yet to find anything from it as Abuhu pulls on back, gets focused down, anti-heal onto them. MJD retreating from the main fight. Second Rage and Royal Flush. Alter Zenith, they don't want to give away anything here after burning so many tools. Heartbreaker into the backline. Finally they get pickups, but they had to burn basically everything for those pickups.
Not just that, but you also have to worry about the fact that Crownfall, yeah, you managed to get the Heartbreaker into the backline, so Twilight doesn't get to cast the God of Mischief to go for a second round of Raging Royal Flush on Crownfall's side. It means that they have Gambit ult to be able to walk this next one, though. So Alter Zenith, they have to make this Apex Predator really count. Monica's likely going to be using the Banhammer onto the Loki, but if you do that, the Loki just copies the Gambit, loses the taunt, and allows the rest of the team to walk, and there it is. Banhammer comes out, Twilight uses the ultimate, drops the taunt, still allows Crownfall to walk with Raging Royal Flush, and Alter Zenith, they just have to kite out of this. They knew it was coming, they saved the Loki greens for this exact moment, and they have Whoops' ultimate to fall back onto when Crownfall close the distance.
A huge pickup takes out Exo, looking for more on the fight. Whoops grabs 2, grabs 3, and they push back Crownfall expertly. Beautiful hold by Alter Zenith, chasing down the last remaining member, Abuhu, which does stagger them a little bit. But Alter Zenith, again, they were able to hold one more time. They burned a Banhammer for it, and of course they burned the Apex Predator. MJD still holding on to theirs, looking for an opportune moment, but they need to be burning it soon because Alter Zenith have just taken the lead.
They've got the Raging Royal Flush as well, so so there's very little punishment here on the side of Alta Zenith if they just stack their vanguards, create this really insane buffer for Crownfall to have to brute force through with the Elsa ultimate, then Seventro gets to use the Raging Royal Flush, free everybody from the grasp, and the team can still go forward. And Crownfall, they really have to wait. If they want to wait for the Gambit ultimate, though, it comes at the cost of the point percentage. Darby's going to use the cast first, Alta Zenith will mirror, and Rosa now utilizes the Meteor M to prevent Crownfall walking forward off the space the Gambit ultimate should have created.
Heartbreaker dropped by Abuhu, team captain charging up almost all the way to this as well. Media M and the Apex Predator coming in from Crownfall. They're dropping everything onto this fight, and it might be enough, but FHD is picked off on the side. Exo barely survives. Rosa holding the line for the moment. Heartbreaker from team captain, and the Raging Royal Flush from Exo. Their timing is just a little bit slower than Crownfall, meaning they have the longer duration as they pick up one. Look for a second, Abuhu is melted. Darby is picked off, and Alta Zenith are chasing them all the way back to spawn. Don't allow them to reset. Don't allow them to portal, and that's going to be point 1 picked up by Alta Zenith.
So something we have to address is the fact that Alta Zenith, they came in, they lost that first fight with the Star-Lord. They knew that they wouldn't be able to get Star-Lord Galactic Legend plus Raging Royal Flush plays because you would win your ult economy fights, but you would lose the neutral. Elsa is a monster of a duelist who can clutch out the fight with just her base kit. There's too much damage that you would be lacking into the mirror. So Whoops goes for the swap, goes Elsa to match, and that's when Alta Zenith start pulling ahead. Really good just understanding that, okay, the comp that we wanted to go with didn't work. Yeah, we would win the better of the Gambit ult matchups, but we would lose the map overall because we just would have too little point percentage to be able to play with.
But speaking of that point percentage, who's going to be able to take that first fight? If we start to look at the ultimate charges here, Twilight does have the option to open with a Raging Royal Flush, which could give Crownfall the opportunity to go for an early push. But if they're not careful, if they don't keep those Purifies up, then Whoops' Apex Predator could easily drive them into one of the many choke points that are available on this map and take that early lead. MJD's at 57% for their own. Otherwise, this is going to be a fairly neutral fight.
I mean, Crownfall are just going to try and play first with Gambit ult. They're going to go fast.
Looking at it.
Like, if they wait too long, Alta Zenith just battery 7-tro with the Gambit and they match. So there's the copy coming on through. Now we get Raging Royal Flush after Crownfall have been able to take multiple angles and prevent Alta Zenith just kiting out and utilizing the Loki Greens as a smokescreen the way they did previously. And boom, there it is. First cast of Raging Royal Flush, wipe the whole team.
The Raging Royal Flush came on out. There was an attempt at the counter from Whoops, dropping in that Apex Predator. All they did was deliver a Boohoo directly into their face, who proceeded to drain them and get the pickup. And overall, Crownfall are just continuing to drive back the stragglers of Alta Zenith. They're going to get the first points here and start to build up not just the percentage, but towards more ultimates. Darby at 97% towards their own Raging Royal Flush here to try and keep this momentum going in their favor.
7-tro will have match. This time, Rosa could flip it as well with the Meteor M looking for a pickup. But again, Crownfall just go fast. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. They have to mirror it. And Crownfall, with more ultimate economy and control of high ground, will be able to just start getting the better of the start of this fight. But when it goes to long-term, Alta Zenith have been able to make its point. They had Loki Green, so they didn't lose too many players. They can still invest Meteor M, and now they can try to target down Crownfall's win condition of a Boohoo. No Heartbreaker, no way of sapping out X's ultimate. Alta Zenith will be able to get both Raging Royal Flush and Heartbreaker.
Whoops has taken it off the board, though. Crownfall still have control right now and are currently having a great bunker setup with their strategist that cannot be pierced by Alta Zenith. Exo and Rosa drop low, forced to use the God of Mischief into Raging Royal Flush early, but Seventro barely makes it out of that fight. Heartbreaker into the backline, mirrored from both sides. Bad habit to keep this fight going. Darby dropped low. Twilight just in time for Raging Royal Flush number 4 to keep this fight going even longer. And Alta Zenith are once again timed out here as they have a little bit less momentum. Of Boohoo barely surviving in this fight, but they've taken down Rosa, making it potentially a 1-for-1 if they go down, but it ends up being a 2-for-0 as a Boohoo gets out with the healing and Twilight gets the snipe on Whoops from the distance.
We're in last fight territory.
We are.
Alta Zenith thought that they would win that by just buckling down for the long haul and getting that cast of Loki copy plus Rogue ultimate, but they couldn't find the eliminations. Crownfall kited perfectly, then came through with a Heartbreaker of their own, and now they're just going to close hold. They're going to force Alta Zenith to have to take the fight now, so they can't wait for them to have the Gambit ultimate to enable the walk-up.
And there's no option for Portal, with Strange banned out earlier by Alter Zenith, so they don't even have the reinforced tool of their own. And that is taking us to 1-1 in our first map of this lower bracket finals.
Okay, Crownfall spiraled that whole round off
really
of just
did.
having point control from winning first fight with unmatched Raging Roll Flush. But now, Tetcha, it truly is a coin flip because Alter Zenith have Raging Roll Flush, Crownfall have Raging Roll Flush. Who gets the better of this fight is going to really determine who walks away the winner on this domination round. Like, Whoops could be the star of the show with the Apex Predator, especially since Crownfall players will want to stack up so that so many of them receive the benefits of the Raging Roll Flush. But with the inconsistency of Gambit alt mirror matchups, it's so hard to call who comes out.
Derby giving all the Crownfall fans a little bit of anxiety as they do what Invisible Womans do all the time and hover their ultimate to make it look like they're about to cast it and give everyone a small aneurysm. But like you said, the Apex Predator from Alter Zenith could be a potential play here. If we look at the other side, what are other ultimates that are near to charge? It's going to be low with 80% on Meteor M. 10% higher than Rosa could be potentially used to try and get a quick snipe onto someone. And look at Derby. He's so ready to pull this trigger early.
I mean, if they just go in and manage to overwhelm Whoops before the Elsa can get the ultimate off.
That's going to be important.
It's going to be so important. It feels like we're going to have a little bit of a poke fight, though. Both teams picking, prodding, trying to see if they can force those resources. And Whoops goes first, but it just gets melted instantly. And now it comes down to that Gambit mirror matchup that we talked about. Both of the mags did get Meteor M in the interim, though. So Rosa tries to slow the momentum of Crownfall's walk forward with the threat of the Meteor M.
Lowe's Meteor M comes on out, finds nothing into the backline though. Monarch's causing a little bit of damage, taking out those regeneration domains. Exo, God of Mischief, dropped low, trying to come in with the Raging Roll Flush to keep the momentum for Alter Zenith. They finally take down low, and this is Alter Zenith with the timing. They are able to drive them back, get the pickup with the Heartbreaker to prevent any counter. And Alter Zenith are going to get the first cap. Here comes a counter on the Heartbreaker from a Boohoo, but their team is staggered. They're focused down, and they will potentially go down for this. That was a risky ultimate.
I think maybe the plan was to just barrel onto point and try and still let Alter Zenith capping it, so that they don't get a whole amount of point percentage, and maybe Crownfall could make a play. Well, they couldn't even go for the Strange. Strange is actually banned out, so they can't portal, but they could still prevent the point percentage and how close Alter Zenith are now holding Crownfall at the choke. Perfectly out of position, too, away from where MJD can affect the fight with an early Apex Predator. Because it's low ground into high ground, Crownfall just have to force the fight by going onto point and then dropping Apex Predator on the person who drops to contest the flip.
Exactly what we just saw, but the counter coming out immediately from Whoops to try and get onto that backline. FHD takes their way up to the top to try and take out Loki. In the meantime, team captain is going aggro on too low, taking down the Magneto. Exo falls in the backline, potentially removing the last 8 Raging Roll Flush that could have come out, as they were 73% charged. Whoops takes out one more, removing Twilight. Both Lokis off the board, meaning we're in a currently neutral fight, still held by Alter Zenith. Beautiful shot from Monarch, but they're taking a lot of pressure, forced to retreat up to the high ground and flee for the healing pad.
This is really dangerous for Crownfall. This fight's been going on really long. If they don't cleanly regroup right now and try and make a push for when Twilight has ultimate, they could lose this fight and not get a chance of taking another 1-6v6. Heartbreaker comes on through, first from Team Captain's side. Twilight did manage to get the cast off in time, so they do have Raging Roll Flush with a Boo who's now rebuilt Heartbreaker, and this is the impact that they were missing before. The Heartbreaker finds the value, takes out the Vanguard line, and it's up to Rosa to hold the fort with Meteor M, landing onto low and keeping Alter Zenith in control of the point.
Beautiful hold. Rosa with the barrier to keep this fight going longer because the health bars for Alter Zenith are starting to dip down. Crownfall, even though they lost a couple members early, are holding the fight in the neutral, but MJD falls, and that's the main chunk of damage from Crownfall. Abuhu and FHD are going to have to pull double duty to try and get this off the board. They focus them down, they've got the flip, and somehow Crownfall hold this on the 99.
Beautiful unicorn shield coming on through from FHTC, who saw that Whoops was going absolute ham, trying to find those eliminations for Alter Zenith to be able to flip the fight, knew that the Elsa was overextended, drops the bubble, blocks off the line of sight for both the Gambit and the Loki to get the heal off. The duelist falls, as does the threat of Apex Predator. Crownfall now get MJD back into the fight, also with their own Apex Predator, but yet again, it's going to come down to the mirror matchup of Raging Roll Flush, who can find more value. Monarch's going to go deep, look for that bubble to break off the line of sight, fight and force Crownfall to have to just back off the point, allowing AltaZenith so much more map control.
And look at Derby, they had to back all the way up. Like you say, giving away that map control. Apex Predator comes on out to blast through the front line. Boohoo and Loa both gone off the board, and with no one holding the line now, it's down to the Deadpool. But AltaZenith aren't going to give them the charge. They are looking for anyone who even steps onto that point, trying to focus. Rage and Roll Flush number 2 coming on out. Fluffy Unicorn Shield to buy a little bit of time. This is an incredible hold from FHD to give as long as they can for any kind of reinforcements to come on in for Crownfall. But down they go. Twilight falls, and AltaZenith are picking them off one by one. Meteor M from low for one last chance of the turnaround. MJD able to take out Seventro on the high ground, and Crownfall, they're scrappy, but they're giving it all they've got. Down goes low, though, and everyone's off the point. AltaZenith hold it and take map number 1.
Okay, I kind of love the MLC ban draft because it allows us to have matchups like this. In Ignite, there's no way one team gets all of that through the ban draft because that is probably as close to the high meta composition, the most meta composition of all of the roles as you will see. We got the Elsa-Fru, we got the Vanguard Deadpool, we got the Loki, we got the Gambit, we got Magneto. Like, it was pretty much just mirror for mirror, pound for pound, ultimate for ultimate exchange. And when both teams have the same access to the heroes, it comes down to pure mechanical skill and understanding of tempo. And that's what AltaZenith are perfectly able to punish when they have to play into retake. It's Monarch who opens up the space and allows the team to get onto point, to get into position, to farm up 2 casts of Raging Roll Flush, and to let Whoops go off the chain.
Whoops getting huge value there. 11 final hits, can he take it down 6 times, 27 and 6 total in terms of KOs. They didn't actually top the damage chart. That goes over to Monarch, who has been called out as one of the top Deadpool players, and it's showing here. 23 and 3 with 9 final hits of their own, 24k damage. While even getting 26k damage, blocks are still holding a lot of that actual aggro onto themselves. And you can see just how valuable a Vanguard Deadpool can be at not just delaying, but flanking, pressuring the backline. We saw that bad hammer used onto Derby, taking them completely out of the fight for the first part of that last push. It is so important for a good Vanguard Deadpool to have good positioning.
Yeah, because like for Crownfall, the moment that the Banhammer hits the Gambit, he can't just like the Loki use ult and drop it. And then your Loki is forced into making the decision of, do I use Regeneration Domain, in which case we have to take a fight in Brawl Stage down that really crucial resource, or do we just back off the fight and try to play for later cast of Raging Roll Flush to play the retake? That's the route that they choose. It works against them though, because as we talked about, AltaZenith had all of the space. But as we said, Tesha, this is a banger of a match, and it really does have the potential to go the full 5 maps. If we get a full 5 map series, we'll have to see, but we'll be back with map number 2 after this short break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
And we are back. Ultra Zenith have taken the lead in this series, meaning that we are moving away from domination, and we're heading over to Midtown for our second map, a very common map throughout this MRC. A lot of teams like to really... It's almost the exact opposite of a domination, as it really comes down to how well you can hold a position as to how well you can brawl.
Yeah, not surprised that it's a different map than the last convoy Crimefall tried to take Ultra Zenith to, which was Spider Islands, because they got full health. So we are still going to a convoy. They had the chance, like if they wanted to, MLC is different than Ignite. You can play back-to-back same map types. So if you want to take us to 3 rounds of domination, you absolutely can. And some teams absolutely have. But I want to see the ban draft. Because as we talked about, right, we got probably the closest to full meta on every role that we've got to see so far, and a huge part of that is because 2 bans were used on personal picks. Rosa lost their thing, and we got to see Crimefall lose the Strange, and they really love the Strange. Like, Lo will run the Strange, or Abuhu will run the Strange, but if they want to have Captain America, Abuhu goes for it, and Lo goes for the Strange. If they want to have something like the Venom in play, or like a potentially Emma as well, then Abuhu tends to go for the Strange.
And the Strange ban did actually come into impact, not just for the team it was target banned against, the fact that there were no portals. There were several times throughout that series where a portal could have kept the fight going longer, could have assisted. It's why Strange is so highly valued, outside the fact that he's just very good at the moment in terms of high damage output. Aya Magamoto is always viable, and he can, and his new team up with Invisible Woman wouldn't have been as important this round because we did not see any Invisible Women, but ironic, I know. But in just general, the amount of damage and crowd control he can do while keeping highly sustained is very hard to deal with. In this case, though, didn't really matter. It was just about who could just time their Raging Roll Flush is better. If you can survive your opponent's first one, your second one gets more value because you outlast them. And it came down to the fact that Ultra Zenith were surviving team fights. Yes. They were able to keep their team alive more effectively, and a large part of that was Monarch doing some great fluffy unicorn shields.
Not just that, but also the backline. Like, Ultra Zenith had so many perfect placements of Loki regeneration domain so that they could kite Crimefall's first investments of Raging Roll Flush, not lose players, and still have the reason and resources to be able to clap back with a Raging Roll Flush later on in the fight. A lot of the time when you have those Gambit Alt mirror matches, who goes first tends to be the one that comes up on top, because you have such really high mobility to get on top of the other side so that they lose players even on the disengage, and if they try to come through with a second later cast, they just don't have the resources to be able to pull through. Something to talk about as well is that Adam was the save on the side of Ultra Zenith. We didn't get to see it in play on domination, but with Loki making it through the ban draft last time, there's a real risk that we get the double comic revival copies coming through from here. And it looks so far like business as usual. The exact ban draft that we had on the previous round of domination. It came incredibly close. So I think both teams actually feel like they could still take it when they were running that composition.
I'm seeing double 4 Gambits as we're heading into the second game in a row where it's been protected stage 2 with Loki still available. Elsa gets banned early this time, a great siege breaker for this first setup, so a potential solid removal from the board to potentially force Alter Zenith into more of a Star-Lord composition if that's the direction Crownfall want to take them. As once again Daredevil is removed, Loki is still here. Gambit, Loki, Adam, we could be looking at potentially the longest game of Rivals we've ever cast, Moxie.
Yeah, the removal of Daredevil is worrying for the team without an Adam, as Daredevil is just like one of the best duelists at getting past, skipping the line of the Vanguard buffers, permanently marking the Adam with the passive of Radar Sense, being able to find him isolated when he's setting up for those Karmic Revivals, to find the first elimination, force the self-res, stick around long enough, still have as well the objection of that deflect to be able to confidently take the 1v1 against a character who really is strong if they can hit their shots. And as we said, this is where we're going to see those last bans reserved for personal targeting. Rosa loses Fang. This should be a strange ban if Alter Zenith continue the way that they did in Domination. And there it is, which means that, yeah, Tatcha, we called it. Get ready for the echo chamber of Born Again, because Loki got through too.
Almost the exact same draft with one exception, and that is the Elsa getting banned away, forcing these teams onto characters like Star-Lord or potentially other characters who do quite well with the Gambit. This could be something like a Punisher, but Punisher is very much fallen out of favor, with the exception of the guy who hit rank 1 with shotgun-only Punisher. Shout out to them. That was delightful to watch some of the VODs for. But as we head on in, we start to look at these defensive pickups, and we're not seeing the Adam yet. Alter Zenith still deciding their rollouts, but they're looking to just mirror the same as last time, with the exception of, obviously, Star-Lord instead of Elsa.
Yeah, I think the reason why we're not seeing the Adam is because Raging Royal Flush just builds so quickly. You don't want to use a Loki copy on Adam Res. You want to use it on Gambit, especially because we've got Star-Lord and Rogue in play. Two things that you can actually empower with your first Raging Royal Flush and then your second, your copy of Raging Royal Flush. Heartbreaker for one, Galactic Legend for the second. This is going to be just the way we saw in Domination. Arms race to first ultimate, sweep the team, other team resets, comes through with second.
The comps are mirrored again, and immediately we see the high ground already held by Alter Zenith, but Crownfall looking to take it, pushing on aggressively forward with that Rogue and that Deadpool, but getting melted immediately there. Beautiful setup by Whoops, but they're getting chased down by the Rogue, utilizing that roll to get away with those invulnerability frames and that bonus HP you can get from that dive. High ground still held by Alter Zenith, but the early pickup means that Crownfall are just forced to play on the low ground.
Not just that, FHDC is on Deadpool. If you pick them off early, they lose all of the ult charge to Banhammer. Monarch is leading, and pretty much by a whole ultimate. Alter Zenith can use that aggressively, land it onto Crownfall Strategists, force out a regeneration domain, and then make their move when Exo has advantage. They're also leading for Loki charge. So the moment that they have something to empower the Raging Royal Flush with, they're going to go first.
We lost Whoops on that defense here. They're going to drop the Raging Royal Flush without the Star-Lord there to just go for some potential defense and allow that Gambit to drop the second once Whoops has arrived. But it's allowing them to take this fight and force the retreat out of Crownfall, chasing them all the way to the back as Team Captain is on a tear right now, all the way back to spawn, chases them back and is able to get away with that hyper mobility that Rogue has available to them. And with Raging Royal Flush still in hand, Alter Zenith do have at least one answer to Crownfall.
Yeah, it's going to be Raging Royal Flush Heartbreaker versus Raging Royal Flush Galactic Legend. Twilight's going to use now. MJD should get the ultimate in a matter of moments. Hatro does go for the mirror as well, and Rosa with the Meteor M should absorb a huge chunk of this Galactic Legend, allowing Alter Zenith to kite it out.
They found nothing, though, with the Galactic Legend, meaning Whoops is about to have their own. They will not have a Raging Royal Flush to go with it, but they do have some 100-0 potential if they could get onto some of these backline members and force out a regen domain early. The Galactic Legend comes on out from Whoops into the backline, but already Crownfall take the first pickup in the fight, taking down Monarch, and Crownfall are just grouped up, keeping each other safe. It is going to be enough, though, to take out MJD, who makes their way up to the high ground and is sniped out the sky.
Yeah, Crownfall stacked. They used Regeneration Domain and Meteor Arm at the same time instead of waiting for Meteor Arm to break, so that's why they lose one player early, but Zenith just can't find an in at the moment with how grouped up Crownfall is. Whoops can find these isolated picks, gets another one onto Derby, but the actual objective itself hits the checkpoint, and Crownfall get time added to their bank and space that they can now take, pushing up, removing it from Zenith, and making sure that they can keep a track of the movements of the Star-Lord as well as that Deadpool, so that Zenith don't start getting that ultimate generation to beat Crownfall's tempo.
Shots coming in, Monarch getting a lot of damage, but the problem with that, you mentioned it earlier, is that's building a lot of ult charge for Twilight in particular, already up to 98% for a God of Mischief. FHD in the backline comes on in with that bad habit to try and put some pressure onto the board, but it's just tanked on through by the members of Zenith who hold their defensive position, but they're very split right now. Here comes the first clone, Raging Royal Flush from Crownfall as they try to go fast, diving into the backline. Team captain takes out low immediately, whoops on the flank, unable to find an immediate pickup, but the chase is on as Crownfall are routed back to spawn.
Zenith are going to be pushing for a little bit more. If they can find Derby, that would be huge, but no, the Gambit makes it out, and Crownfall have a win condition to be able to push choke in this next fight. It's going to be Star-Lord v Star-Lord, Raging Royal Flush v Raging Wolf Rush, but Crownfall are the only ones with Meteor M to absorb part of it, which should give them the lead, especially if Abuhu gets into the team first, gets to use the Heartbreaker, but doesn't manage to sap away both the Gambit or the Star-Lord, so the Mirror Ult trait is here.
Whoop taken out as MJD on a beautiful flank, but is wiped off the board by Rosa. It's a Star-Lord for Star-Lord fight as Crownfall are still trying to make the most of this as Zenith are forced back into a very risky corner with Abuhu keeping them there as the push comes in from Crownfall. The cart moves forward and the split is beautiful. Zenith are forced further and further back as MJD returns to the fight. The car is moving closer to this second point and Crownfall are picking off Zenith one by one. The health bars drop lower, and who is really left to touch the point through a regen domain? Here comes the Raging Royal Flush, mirrored from both sides to try and give them any last chance to force Crownfall off the point. It looks like Zenith did it. They clean out two. They hold the fight. They force them at least around the corner. If they can get one more, they might be able to hold it here.
Here comes the Heartbreaker. Team Captain has the Rogue Ultimate, barrels into the whole stack of Crownfall's players, and everyone has to kite, which means that they're just fodder for the Star-Lord tech chase. And they're going to lose. They're going to have to back out. They're going to have to rely on a fast reset and come back with a cast of Raging Royal Flush to open up the way. But Zenith are in such a better position in terms of ultimate economy. Gambit ultimate to match, but Galactic Legend to be able to beat through.
Twilight needs to hold on to that regen domain, needs to potentially stack a couple in case they get burned through quickly by Star-Lord. For now, though, position held by Zenith. They move up to the flank just in case Crownfall are trying anything sneaky. Immediately Crownfall, they want to take space. They do not like to give any opportunity over to Zenith to try and gain positioning. Raging Royal Flush comes on out. Galactic Legend from Whoops into the backline. Media M from low to try and mirror it. Block out at least some of that damage, and it will absorb a little, but it's not enough to protect Abuhu, who falls. MJD's going to mirror Media M from Rosa to counter it. Bad Hammer on the backline means the healing output is going to be massively nerfed here. MJD forced off, dropped low, and Zenith have a beautiful hold here. Deep in the backline, FHD was trying to make something happen, but it's going to get picked off alone.
No Strange, no TP. It's up to low, swapping to the Captain America, trying to provide the disruption as well as get the tap onto the card so that Crownfall get the opportunity of utilizing Twilight's ultimate, but Exo has the match as well, and Zenith have the closer respawns. Crownfall can find eliminations, but if they don't find the full team sweep, Zenith just come back into these fights so much faster.
Raging Royal Flush available on both sides with the God of Mischief. Trigger's going to be pulled by Twilight first. Exo mirroring immediately to make sure that they can take this fight. Low has reached the point, but it's dropped low and melted by Monarch. Pushing on through. The Fantastic Car creeps towards that final point, but with one member down on each side, it's fairly even, but Crownfall are losing huge health pools. The Heartbreaker catches a boohoo, so they can't drop their own. Raging Royal Flush from Derby. It's the last chance Crownfall have to push on in. Galactic Legend to melt through the backline, and it's gonna be Zenith from the sky holding it. Bad Hammer comes on out, and he just tanks through it. Crownfall are not giving up without a fight, though, Moxie.
Yeah, Heartbreaker comes out from the side of a Boohoo, but Alta Zenith still have players. Rose is coming back on the Venom just to refresh the player count. And that means that it's up to the Galactic Legend from MJD, but he has no team to be able to support him. The Rogue has to stay on the cut or OT runs out, and the Star-Lord alone won't be able to make a dent. No Strange, no TP. Twilight comes back with a regeneration domain, but it's a Hail Mary, and the moment the Star-Lord falls, Loki's not in position to tag on, and that is where the cart stands. Oh my goodness, what a hectic last fight. But as we talked about, Alta Zenith getting those closer respawns. Crownfall, they had so much aggression, but Alta Zenith had sustainability, were able to divide out the elimination so they didn't all get team wiped and could just keep trading their positions, sending one person deep, putting pressure on the backline, forcing the strategists to have to look at the threat internally instead of getting to support their vanguards moving forward and creating more space, and they just ran out of time.
You mentioned it at the start of this MRC, on the first day we cast together, but also last MRC when you were casting with Ryan, just how difficult some points on Convoy are to actually break. The underground, the ramp on this map, the second doorway on point 2 for the Museum of Contemplation, and of course point 3 on Araco. Those short respawn times and those short recall distances are so hard to deal with, and Alta Zenith, with just a consistent rollout of people, are able to hold just at the edge with less than 5 meters between Crownfall and that bonus time they would have had if they were able to capture it. For now, though, we're going to keep seeing the mirrors. No need to adjust. The comps work, and it was just a winning team fight from Alta Zenith that took Crownfall out, but they were winning so many of these. Why fix what's not broken?
Also, now Crownfall's on the defense. When it gets to that point, they're the ones with advantage closer respawns. So it's just the defense advantage that's going to be coming into play. Can Alta Zenith break the ultimate economy so that Crownfall can't just stagger their players back onto the point is going to be the question. As we're going to see Monarch and FHDC race to be the first one to get the Banhammer up, while at the same time the Gambits and Lokis are racing the mirrors to be able to get the first cast and kick things all off.
Watchers building up as much as they can on the backline as well. MJD picking from the side. FHD, they know that there is that rogue back there causing a little bit of difficulties. They do punish it. Beautiful mobility for Crownfall, but they're going to get punished losing Twilight in the meantime as Rosa gets a double tap. FHD going to get the first bad hammer as Monarch mirrors immediately afterwards, pushing onto the point, forces them back up, and it's another pickup. The rogue starting to struggle a little bit here because the Deadpool seem to be marking them beautifully.
Yeah, EXO is getting so much value out of these regeneration domains because Monarch is actually bubbling them with the Unicorn Shield on the Deadpool, so they can't break the rune early. So the regeneration domain gets the full value of its timer, as opposed to Crownfall, who's just losing them almost instantly. Dabby does have Gambit ult ready to go, but Alta Zenith will also have the mirror, and we're about to just see Star-Lord v Star-Lord, Gambit v Gambit, who comes out on top.
Atro is going to be dropping first. Darby mirrors Galactic Legends from both sides. Immediately, EXO is going to back up, looking for a place to take cover. Abu takes to the sky and punches the whoops out of it. Doesn't matter how much damage you have, but I've got hands and I'm throwing them. Twilight's going to mirror for the second with that regen, with that God of Mischief into the Rage and Roll flush. Mirrored, of course, by EXO into the backline, so it's going to be onto the Deadpool to try and make up that damage output that's missed out by Whoops, who will reinforce quickly, but it looks like Crownfall take the positioning advantage with the fact that there was no Star-Lord for Alta Zenith to make the most of that rest of that push.
Yeah, Alta Zenith just going to try to reposition so that they don't allow Crownfall to start with all of this poke, recharging those ultimates all the way back. As Alta Zenith, they've got the Heartbreaker. They want to go before Abu, who has. You can see Crownfall strategists starting to back on off. They know that they're going to have to catch the team when the Heartbreaker comes forward aggressively. And here's the play. Low, though, gets left behind on the objective, forced to be that buffer, but everyone just moves past the mag, and we start to see those eliminations come through in full. Vanguard's removed. It's up to Abu Hu to hold down the fort with the Heartbreaker, going aggressively against Alta Zero and forcing out Hatro with the Raging Roll flush to be able to survive it.
The extra damage coming on through. Rosa's able to pick up one. Twilight down, meaning there's no other regen domains. Even if it did get back off cooldown in time, they're forced off the point one taken by Alta Zenith as they keep the pressure on. And they've tried to mirror exactly what Crownfall did earlier. Head to the ramp, zone them away, move fast. Don't give them time to set up because that finish line is right there in front of the basement of the Fisk building.
Yeah, but that Heartbreaker was actually huge. We won't feel the effects of it in that fight the last time. We'll see it here. Crownful are so much closer to 2 casts of Raging Royal Flush. Hatro had to use theirs, so Altazan have survived the Heartbreaker and got the checkpoint to be able to forward push now. So Crownful are feeling incredibly confident getting to just play for first turn. Raging Royal Flush with Galactic Legend. Altazan don't yet have the mirror. They have to rely on Rosa with the Meteor M, but that means that they give up space. They have to kite, and in the meantime, Whoops is vulnerable. He goes down. Exo gets the copy God of Mischief off, but what's it empowering?
They're pushing on in with everything they've got anyway, though, to make as much as they can onto this point. They take down Exo, diving onto the backline, Alta Zenith, they lose Monarch, and Crownful hold another beautiful defense, having dropped one of their Raging Royal Flush, almost charged for a second, while Whoops, you mentioned it earlier, is already available for their own Raging Royal Flush, but Crownful, they now have the preferable positioning and still have that Meteor M on the lookout for the counter.
I mean, FHDC is likely going to use Banhammer onto Whoops through the Galactic Legend. Nope, he's just going to go for the backline and just dive onto Exo to force it out early. Monarch's then going to be able to push on up, since this is the Raging Royal Flush that was delayed from Hatro with the Galactic Legend that Whoops brings to the fight now that he's respawned. And that's the fight win for Alta Zenith, but it cost them a whole lot of ultimates, which they now don't have to be able to find the full team sweep when we head to the part of the map where Crownful have far closer respawns, and you really do need to find those eliminations very quickly threaded together, or the stall is just going to be eternal.
Alta Zenith, they have the only ultimate currently in play, but that's about to not matter as MJD is almost there. Heartbreaker being dropped early to try and prevent any capitalization, to try to prevent Crownful getting set up, and it does prevent that Galactic Legend from MJD, but it's finally going to be forced off the point. The Fantastic Car creeping towards the finish line. Road picked off, a boom, pushed off the board. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush and the Galactic Legend from MJD. Quickly attempts to take cover, but cannot find anywhere safe from the Star-Lord as MJD chases them all the way. Not able to get the perfect blaster barrage there, caught by a door, but is still able to zone everyone away, at least for the moment, and gets a bit of a redemption here as Whoops takes down one, looks for two. Here comes Rogue with another Heartbreaker to try and delay, and that might have just saved Crownfall the game.
I mean, it also does torch Crownfall's ultimate economy, though. They've lost Galactic Legend, they've lost God of Mischief, they've lost Heartbreaker, which would have been empowered by Raging Royal Flush this next fight, so that Crownfall got to take first turn and go aggressively to Alta Zenith. But now they have to respect Alta Zenith having greater ultimate economy and play far closer to card, so that if they lose one early, they can play the stall out and bring their players back with the closer respawns. Alta Zenith go in with the Raging Royal Flush, Whoops has Galactic Legend, and Crownfall have no defense against it. Here comes the eliminations, and they're speedy. Tetcha, this might be the team sweep Alta Zenith were looking for. Nail in the Coffin is the second cast of Hatro's ultimate, and Crownfall is swept off of the card.
Don't give them time to recover. Do not give them time to get up, knock them down, and keep them down. As Alta Zenith used that double Raging Royal Flush to control that last fight, and they claim the point. They are now 2-0 up in this series, and are closer and closer to that grand finals match versus Rad.
It's the forces. It's the forces of the ultimates. Like, Alta Zenith getting 2 forces on the Heartbreaker, especially when they were so close to that last checkpoint on second, it saves them the game. Like, the fact that they were able to kite perfectly, they understood Crownfall were going to be coming into those ultimates. They were going to play for their backline to be as safe as houses, to be able to build up with those Raging Royal Flush copies to enable things like the Heartbreaker and the Galactic Legend, so that they could just go past the fight happening on point and go bother the backline, which means that you lose those resources, you lose the fight long term. Without strategists being able to sustain the vanguards, the defense can actually stall out those eliminations and make it as costly as possible in terms of stopping the attackers from getting those fast regroups and allowing the defense full regroup potential, with ultimates getting batteried in between. But because Alta Zenith forced out those ultimates with that early use of Heartbreaker, and then forced Heartbreaker with Whoops getting a Galactic Legend, pressuring Crownfall into having to burn the Rogue ultimate to survive on the point, it was just a matter of reset, regenerate our ultimate economy, and come back in when we have a whole Royal Flush of a hand ready to lay down on the table.
I also just want to double down on something you said in the previous series as well, and that is just how much Ultra Zenith are protecting their backline, making sure that everyone is safe throughout all of these fights. If you look at the actual eliminations for them, they're actually pretty similar. That's not the point I'm getting at here, but who's the biggest threat to that backline, at least in the neutrals? It's going to be the Deadpool trying to dive there, and that's where we see the difference. Monarch went down 4 times, FHDC went down 10. He was focused, he was countered, and that kept the backline of Ultra Zenith up throughout those fights. Can they keep that momentum going? We're going to head to a quick break, and when we come back, we will see if Ultra Zenith can get the clean sweep, or whether Crownful will begin the reverse sweep.
to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, demon.
Assemble!
And we are back. Ultra Zenith are one map away from moving on to those grand finals. And Crownfall, will they ascend to the throne, or will they fall here and claim third place? Moxie, it's been a rough journey, but Crownfall have slowly improved as the games have gone on. This is better than their last series against Ultra Zenith.
Yes, I just want to see, like, at what point do we turn away from using the last bans for personal picks of Strange and Thing?
Yeah.
And do we address the elephant in the room that is Loki Gambit making it through the ban draft? Not once, but twice.
And
There we go, we're starting things off yet again the same way. Okay, Mantis,
Wolverine.
and then Wolverine, and then Adam
protects.
save because it's Convoy.
He's yet to be played.
Yeah, but it's like, it's still leading Crownfall into thinking, what if it actually is the Adam composition? Okay, different place. Daredevil.
Okay,
If it
alright.
actually is the Adam, they do have a flanker who can go all the way around the fight happening on frontline and mark the Adam's positioning. I really, really hope now that we see a ban against Loki.
They banned Elsa last time. Loki Gambit! It's different! But that means we are still open to Loki being here and going for, instead of Gambit never folds, going for Born Again over and over again. So delightful. We're going to have a different way to delay the game if Loki makes it through, as Jeff is taken off the board and Elsa is protected this time.
I feel like Ultra Zenith are actually going to go with the Adam composition this time. Like, they're banning the Wolverine so
so.
that they can't get the last stand off onto the res position for Comic Revival. They're banning the Jeff so that Jeff can't just eat the Adam when he still has self-res and take him off the map so the self-res can't proc or get the eat onto the position of the Comic Revival the way that Wolverine does. We're seeing the Elsa save, as we already talked about, like on Domination. Elsa didn't even make it into a save or ban slot. Both teams were just comfortable playing with it. So I feel like for Crownfall, it's okay that that's going to be able to come on through. I just want to see these two last ban drafts. Is it going to be Thing, Strange, or do we take out something new? They take out the Vampire, which I think is a really good way of playing it because Ultra Zenith's Monarch has been just really winning and turning the tides of fights with things like the bubbles to block off the heal line of sight, and there it is. Loki is removed as well.
We're free! We don't have double ultimates, and we actually get a completely different draft for these teams. Everything is going to be mixed up. We don't have to just worry about who gets to charge up ultimates in timing, but Adam does make it through, and with Ultra Zenith starting on defense, they are looking at that immediately. Yggdrasil Path, a solid map, very leans heavily on portal reinforcers for this first point, and Strange has also made it through the ban phase for the first time this series, Moxie.
So has Groot. which means we're going to be seeing
Ooh.
Strangling Prison lineups. I mean, Groot's really, really good for Strangling Prison setups. It's also a pain for Adam players to have to work around, since the line of sight with the wall builds does block off all of the heal utility. So it doesn't block off Soul Bond. Soul Bond is not actually reliant on line of sight. If you did not know that, you can Soul Bond around a wall or around a corner, and it will still connect onto the whole of your team. And that's like one advantage that a lot of Adams actually try to take advantage of, just in the same way that Dagger Storm actually goes. It lodges in the Groot wall, but it's not reliant on LOS, so you can actually get healed on the other side if the CT is on the wrong end of that Groot wall. As Crimeful, we saw a Daredevil save. They're not actually going to go for it. MJD instead is going to be on that Namor, looking to use the Monstroid spawns and be able to pressure out so much more damage on the front line, while FHDC goes up onto the high ground and tries to pressure the Strategist squishies.
And of course, that classic combo of the Strangling Prism into the Horde of Proteus gives Cramfall a main wombo setup to try and go on through this early push. FHD on the flank, taking a lot of damage here, but is able to get a beautiful pickup onto Rosa. No rocket or anything like that for the revive for Alta Zenith. It's just Monarch, who is currently a ghost, so he will not be bringing anyone back anytime soon, especially since he's only on 36% charge. And this is a beautiful first push by Cramfall. Portal to block it off. To prevent any reinforcements, and that's just going to be first point for Crownfall, unless Alta Zenith can get a great block down here. Beautiful Groot walls. They're going to get onto the point just in time, but it's just Mag. Everyone's just getting funneled through one by one. Apex Predator for the finishing blows. The portal is still holding them back. It's only from above, but this is a solid fight for Crownfall. The invisible boundaries coming on in. Team Captain with the portal to buy time, though. Apex Predator, as Crownfall are starting to run low on tools, but there it is! Horde of Proteus is the last tool they needed, and Alta Zenith are forced back.
Yeah, Team Captain, I think, actually tried to swap to the Strange and get the portal off from Alta Zenith's defense spawn. Doesn't manage to pull it off in time, so Cranfall will be able to cap first. Also, since the ban draft let both the Thing and Strange through, Low is on the comfort pick of the Sorcerer Supreme, getting the new team up with the Invis Woman, so more healing, also a whole lot more damage. As we can see, the Alta Zenith have lost a lot of map space currently, have to be very careful they don't overextend and find one of their vanguards totally isolated by the construction of those Great Walls, as with First Hold broken, they're off of the Atom composition without Karmic Revival getting bull.
Rough times for Alta Zenith. That is a huge tool to not get value out of when you commit to it so early, and to commit to it in every single one of your ban phases so far. Crownfall are putting a lot of pressure on invisible boundaries. Going to be dropped nice and early. Immediate rush on in. Apex Predator grabs two, trying to take them all the way out of the invisible boundary. Beautiful mobility by FHD, but it's not enough for a finishing blow. Horde of Proteus into the backline. Ayamagamoto Strangling Prison to burst through Alta Zenith, but it only grabs one. Eternal Bond from Exo is keeping them topped up and keeping this fight going.
Alta Zenith do have really close respawns, as well as huge amounts of sustain with the Eternal Bond. Rosa can wall off the disengage, they can catch more players, find more eliminations, and start to get this regroup and space back in control. You still have to be pretty wary about Crimefall having both the Eternal Bond themselves and the Horn of Proteus on the side of MJD, but the closer to choke you hold, the further Darby will be able to use the Eternal Bond to influence the fight when Alta Zenith kite out of it, or they just want to bait it. Whips is going to come on through with the Apex Predator, and they tried to go for an early wall-off with Rosa looking to capitalize on the players getting stuck before Darby can save them with the ult.
Rosa does get taken down, though. It's going to be a group-for-group play out here. Eternal Bond is dropped by Darby. Knowing that they have even numbers, it's time to pull the trigger. Invisible boundary for Hatro to make sure they have it. Ayamagamoto into the backline, blocked by Magneto. Great wall by Team Captain with Horde of Proteus. Hovered, but not dropped yet into that backline. Looking for their opportunity. Apex Predator once again trying to isolate, but it won't find a lot here. Gets one isolation, but it's the one they needed. Whoop's taken down. Strangling Prison blocked out once again by Team Captain with those walls. Doing such good work, but the damage is just overwhelming. Meteor M is going to try and buy some time. There's the Dark Force teleport just in case, but it did not matter. Monarch takes out a Boohoo, and Crownfall, they are being slowed down here.
Exo has to be very careful how to use Eternal Bond. MJD does have that Horn of Proteus to just drop on the Cloak and Daggers position mid-dash. So Crownful might not even try to go for the Groot plus Namor combo. They might just look at taking EXO out of the ult halfway through it. Alta Zenith are starting to make up a lot of time that they lost on first, however, as it looks like Crownful want to just battery up ultimates before they want to push. They're going to have both the Eternal Bond as well as the Apex Predator in a mere matter of moments, which gives them a whole lot of options to dump all of the ultimates, find the team sweep, and beat the closer respawns.
Thunderbolt comes out from Derby. You can see the positioning being looked for. Straggling Prison directly onto the point. Horde of Proteus on top. It's gorgeous every time from Crownfall. And they find an essentially full team like Invisible Woman, the only person not down. They have Boundary, but there's nowhere to use it. That's going to be potentially point 2 grabbed by Crownfall, with Zenith not going to be able to reach back in time. What a push. Crownfall, they're being dueled in the neutrals perfectly, but the second that Wombo comes on out, Crownfall are making space every time.
Ooh, where's the Sai of Agamotto? Hatro does use Invisible Boundary. Lowe's looking for the connection. Finds it, but not onto the Invis Woman. And Monarch with the Horn of Proteus means that Crownfall are the ones that just have to disengage. They come back, though. Everyone lives. Twilight gets second cast of Invisible Boundary, and Crownfall's momentum is preserved as a result. Once it drops, though, it's open season for the Strangling Prison Elsa follow-up, and it comes down to who can clutch out better, FHDC or Whoops in the neutral.
Right now, Low is able to chase back into the backline. You can see that team up from Low, forcing Rosa out of position with that Invisible Woman, giving them a little bit of bonus health as well to keep that fight going a little bit longer. This is Crownfall once again winning another fight, creeping closer and closer. Alta Zenith, they've refused to adjust the composition though. It has been working to delay this, as currently we only have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to hold them off this triple cap. As Crownfall, they are just about to get that Straggling Prison. They're building up towards a Horde of Proteus and an Apex Predator.
It's Meteor Am versus Eternal Bond. Crownfall are running the Strange, so they don't have the max to be able to give the Bulwark to Darby. Darby is going to be so vulnerable, but Team Captain uses it to absorb the Strangling Prison setup instead and manages to find the hit onto MJD once Blessing of the Deep runs out of count. Alta Zenith, they use that to shut down the Groot setup, but that does mean that Crownfall get a free Eternal Bond off in this next fight.
Eternal Bond, Apex Predator, Horde of Proteus, they have all of the setup tools they need to make their way through here if they can land this Predator, while also having the Invisible Boundary in case there's a counter-engage from Alta Zenith, as they do have Straggling Prison and the Horde of Proteus of their own. You can see Rosa looking for positioning to try and wrap into the backline, pulls them directly onto the car. Horde of Proteus right up top, and this time it's Alta Zenith's turn to land it perfectly, but Crownfall are tanking through thanks to that Eternal Bond. It's a 4 versus 6 right now in favor of Alta Zenith, and they're able to chase Crownfall all the way back to spawn, staggering those pickups, and they just burn through another minute and 20, Moxie.
They're taking so much map space too. Like, for Crownfall, if they use Invisible Boundary to be able to bypass the defense at choke, they don't get a strategist ultimate defensive on objective. So instead, they're going to try and force Hatro into using this early, but Alta Zenith are more than happy to just take a little bit of time, take a little bit of poke, and then disengage to where you can kite out if Twilight slams the ultimate right on top of that objective. Abuhu's building up so rapidly as well to Strangling Prison with all of the damage done from these walls. They force Alta Zenith. They try and catch the disengage this time with FHDC's ultimate, but that means the Seventro is able to come on through with that Invisible Boundary. Eye of Agamotto actually stops Whoops' cast of Apex Predator, and Alta Zenith lose the punishment. They wanted to take advantage when Twilight ulted with the Elsa Apex Predator, and they're denied by the Sorcerer Supreme.
A massive pickup of EXO, who's the one who has the defensive ultimate, as they try and make it back to spawn, meaning they are staggered for another 5 seconds as the car makes it ever so closer. Portal block from Low to secure point 3. Beautifully executed by Crownfall.
Alta Zenith are running into the same problem that Invis players had against Low on Strange. Like, these Eye of Agamottos, when the team is trying to take full cover inside the invisible boundary, it's just perfect placement for Low to be able to come on through with the Eye. Even if you don't catch the Invis Woman of Hatro, you're still catching crucial aspects of the composition. That time around it was whoops, you get the elimination onto the Elsa, and then boom, you can just stack up, you can death ball through one player to the next, and find all of the momentum, get the team sweep, set up your portal block, plus Groot Walls in case someone makes it through before the portal's up, and just ride home free with a full push all the way through Yggdrasil Path.
So now it's all the pressure onto Crownfall for their defensive plays. If they can hold them anywhere before this triple cap, then Ultra Zenith will have to continue this match even longer. They were so close to getting the triple wipe. So many times they almost held off Crownfall, but Crownfall aren't going down yet. In terms of composition, Team Captain may be looking at a strange of their own. It seemed pretty effective when Crownfall tried it. Why not give it a go?
Do you know what I foresee? I'm not the Sorcerer Supreme, right? I don't have access to the Time Stone. But if we do go another map, I foresee a strange ban on the last bit of the draft. Because Crownfall have been making it just look so effective into what Alter Zenith have been running. We've still got the Groot, we still have the name of the Elsa, the setups off of Strangling Prison, and it's really going to come down to the amount of stall that Crownfall can implement when they try to use this composition and hold it, because they're not going with the Atom. They're not going to have to swap off when we head to second and have their ultimate reset count back to 50%.
Aggressive step up here by Low, trying to retake the high ground from Team Captain, not give them the chance to get that setup. And Team Captain is going to tank it though, is going to commit to this hole, but the counter engage from FHD is making Whoops' flank a little bit less successful. They're getting forced off to back up to their team at least
Twilight
a little
ult.
bit. Ult already charged up for Twilight. Will they commit to it early, or are they going to wait for Rosa, who's already got that Strangling Prison at the ready? Commits. Strangling Prison. Invisible Boundary comes on out beautifully. FHD almost drops, but the counter is perfect. Crownfall sustained. Ultra Zenith are punished for it, and they are forced back to spawn.
Crownfall's backline and their vanguards are just positioned perfectly. Like, Abuhu and Low are taking that damage from both the Namor and the Elsa, as well as the vanguards, and they're just using Abuhu's Groot Walls to create buffers for when the reload has to happen for the strategists, and getting all of that incoming damage absorbed and channeled back into Invis Boundary, so that when Alters and if we're ready to make their play with the Strangling Prison, Twilight had the ultimate to be able to slam right on top of it. Crownfall now are going to get aggressive. Strangling Prison set up stacks everyone from Alter Zenith together on the walk into the jaws of Apex Predator. They do lose a Boohoo though, and it comes down to Crownfall if they want to try to commit ultimates. They thought about it. MJD wanted to use Horn of Proteus, but it looks like the team makes the decision to kite to Small Room instead, break out of it with Eternal Bond, and catch the Strange with Eye of Agamotto to take Alter Zenith out before Invisible Boundary can save Monarch.
Low is laser guided on this. Another beautiful Apex Predator taking them all the way back. That's a triple by Whoops. Portal's already there for an attempt at a reinforce, but it's the friendly side. So immediately we see the cart moving on forward. An attempt at potentially a hold from the high ground could be coming in, but it will not reach in time. So it's just going to be Crownfall moving back to a defensive position. Alter Zenith opening up the point here, very nearly getting punished as they step to try and push the corner and eat a lot of damage.
This is the trade-off. Crownfall didn't go for a teleport back onto cart to contest first. They went for early contest on corner instead. So they have more map control when the fight starts to break out. Alter Zenith, though, they're the ones getting to absorb all of that incoming pressure and channel it into strategist ult builds, as they've been able to spot out Low, isolated, potentially vulnerable against these Groot Walls, plus the Elsa damage on top of it. But he's still able to, with the help of Seraphim Shield, the break of the Groot Walls into both the Invis and the CD stall. And wait a moment, FHDC, do they know? Elsa's behind. This is about to be a huge cast of Apex Predator. If Alter Zenith aren't ready, he gets so many of them, and Exo disappears amongst the Glartrox.
But now FHD is very alone back here. Can they get away? They're going to try and take the high ground, bounce it over, false physics. Absolutely not. But the fact is, they forced Alter Zenith to back up to chase him, meaning they weren't grouped up. Corners retaken by Crownfall. They sacrificed a 1-for-1 for it, but Crownfall got a much better position out of it.
Oh, Abuhu's ready as well. They got to take the weight with the Strangling Prison set up into the Horn of Proteus. Altazan have tried to peel it. Whoops utilizing the Apex Predator so that Crownfall can't take advantage of everyone getting stuck. But Low comes on through with free hit by Eye of Agamotto. And yet again, Crownfall with the Strange on the Vanguard are looking so good, getting to capitalize on the setup that the Strange provides.
This Strange is doing so much work. Team Captain is trying to mirror, but Low is showing just why this is a target ban against them here. Another pickup. They've literally broken the spawn hold gate to make their way to the door where your opponents cannot get KO'd. They are in there invulnerable, and Cramfall still want to brawl with them.
HTC is going for a close Ulcer Apex Predator again. Third-person POV from Rivals. You get to scout where the players are without them getting to see. It's a solo ultimate onto Hatro to try to pick off the Invisible Woman before Invisible Boundary. They don't get the catch, but they do force the Invisible Boundary. And MJD gets a crystal clear position to send out Horn of Proteus. Trades come on through from both sides, though. And Crownfall being so close to Alter Zenith spawn, they know that the regroup from Alter Zenith will be far faster. They want to just make sure that they can still control those lanes. Strange guards main, Groot holds the right side, and Alter Zenith lose a whole lot of time to get to walk.
Talking of those comfort picks, Team Captain has abandoned the Strangers onto the thing, already building up towards the clobbering time, is looking for an opening. Here comes the Apex Predator, nice and early, mirrored on both sides to try, just from Whoop, just trying to get an early setup here. Team Captain's taken out early, Rosa is caught by the Eye of Agamotto, and Crownfall shut them down again, right back to the door.
Darby is able to cancel out the Apex Predator damage. He waits for the Apex Predator and then shadows the Glotrox's path with the Eternal Bond. Team Captain, like, the thing would have been really good to shut down the Strange since melee damage goes through Seraphim's shield, but it's also incredibly vulnerable to getting walled off by the Groot, so you lose line of sight and you can't jump back to your players. So Team Captain actually goes to the Angela instead, just looking to try and get into that backline past the bouncers that are the Vanguard line, so that Alter Zenith finally gets the opportunity to walk. Exo moves the team forward with the Eternal Bond, but here comes Crimefall, Strangling Prison, Horn of Proteus set up, and right away there goes Alter Zenith's bodies.
Invisible Boundary will come out. Alter Zenith looking to fight here with only 30 seconds remaining. They want to try and take a neutral with MJD down. All ultimates about to be off the board. Crownfall have no tools left to try and fight them back. Alter Zenith with the ultimate advantage. All of Proteus looking at that doorway very hungrily. If Crownfall wants to step out, this could be dangerous for them. Already a lot of damage onto Groot to try and take down a Boohoo early on in the fight. Whoops with the wraparound. You don't want to be there, buddy. Taken down. And suddenly Alter Zenith have the momentum going again. Apex Predator point blank in a building. It's the Thunderdome, takes them down, and the Aquatic Blessing for a delay, allowing for Portal. This is still going. They're so staggered, but Eye of Agamotto will land, buying even more time, but it's just one by one, Moxie. Crownfall cannot keep sustaining like this.
Monarch dodges Eye of Agamotto with Blessing of the Deep. Apex Predator from Whoops earlier onto Crimefall's backline comes in clutch because it meant that Darby was out of the fight, wasn't able to meet the team from side room with Eternal Bond to stabilize the team and let them cycle the fight back into a winnable position with the closer respawns. And we head to third with about a minute remaining for Alter Zenith to preserve their momentum, find the full push, and take us to OT.
High ground, of course, is going to be in favor of Crownfall on this defensive position, but they want to push up. They don't want to give away free space. 1 minute remaining. That's less time than Crownfall had at this exact moment. Here comes the Heaven's Retribution immediately into an Eternal Bond to break them out of it. Invisible Boundary going to be mirrored from the other side from Seventro to make sure they can contain it, but it's not enough as FHD finds the opening, takes down Whoops, removing a huge chunk of damage from the side of Alter Zenith, who are running out of time, and they're all staggered on the respawn.
Okay, this is really risky for Alter Zenith. Like, they do have Strangling Prison. If Crownfall stack up for a close hold here on Choke, Monarch gets to come on through with Horn of Proteus, or potentially Whoops comes through with the combo of the Apex Predator, since it will generate up far faster, which is why Crownfall, they're not holding close, they're not stacked up. If the Groot ult comes through, it catches one, maybe two, but not the whole team. Instead, they have to try and force like the disengage, and there it is. Exo buys the space, Crownfall stack up to try to get out safely behind the Strange Shield, and they all get hit by Rose's ultimate with the follow-up damage.
We can see Monarchs holding on to their Horde of Proteus. They know they might need it onto the objective. If you want to contest it, you got to stand exactly where the whale will be, but it looks like it's not needed for now. Alta Zenith break on through, holding on overtime. They've got half the distance, 4.3 to make their way back through, taking the high ground thanks to that group wall to hold them at the door. They can't portal off like Crownfall did. They don't have Strange. It's all about just making them get punished for trying to step out. Apex Predator takes Groot away from the team. Abuhu's focused down. Counter Apex grabs two. Huge pickup from FHD. Horde of Proteus onto the point, and Alta Zenith are melting Moxie.
I mean, the writing was on the wall with the ultimate economy. Crownfall had Apex Predator to retake the high ground and find Alta Zenith's backline when the rest of the team was pushed up trying to punish the spawn walkout. And then when the fight moved to objective, because, hey, it's OT, Marvel Rivals is an objective-based game. If one of you isn't on that cart in OT, you lose the map automatically. So it's just prime real estate for Strangling Prison, Horn of Proteus combo, and if you try to dodge out of it, you're off of the objective, you lose. If you stay inside of it, you're in the ultimate wombo combo, you lose. Really good turnaround coming through from Crownfall, and I really do predict that we're going to see that last ban come through from Alta Zenith, not on the Loki, but on the Strange, because oh my goodness, was low insane. 77,000 damage blocked by Strange. Like, yeah, Groot blocked 85k. That's par for the course. Rosa blocked 91k. Strange blocking 77,000 with 13 final hits and 31, almost 32,000 damage is wild.
39 and 5. The only other player who came even close to that ratio is Abuhu, who went 42 and 10. A monstrous performance from Low. Exactly why sometimes comfort picks are worth banning out, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's time to send the Sorcerer Supreme back to the Sanctum Sanctorum by banning that out if Alta Zenith wants to try to secure their spot in those grand finals, because Crownfall, what an incredible push.
Oh, we're for sure. Like, Alta Zenith, they do get the opportunity. They lost Yggdrasil. They can take us to a map of their choosing. Potentially, you go back to Domination. You go for the ban on Strange so that Crownfall can't teleport back into the fight and also get access to the comfort pick. But we'll have to see what exactly Alta Zenith want to do. They're still on match point. One win closes out the series and sends them back up to that rematch against Rad Esports. We'll have to see. We'll be back with the next map after this break.
to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Assemble!
Could this be the miracle run for Crownfall, as they were able to take Yggdrasil Path and bring us to a 1-2, but still in favor of Alter Zenith, as they are one win away from moving on to those grand finals for their rematch versus Rad GG. And for our next map, we are heading to Krakoa. We're back to domination.
We're back to domination, and I would guess that we're going to be back to Doctor Strange Last Ban on the side here of Alter Zenith, because, yeah, Crownfall really did look strong with the Doctor Strange. The Eye of Agamotto's, the follow-ups were really good. It allowed them to find eliminations through strategist ults, which is huge when you're in a strategist ultimate mirror, especially from Invisible Boundary. And as we talked about, Strange gains value from teams that don't even use him normally in your team comp, because it allows you to portal back into those fights. So I would imagine it's going to be Strange Last Ban, potentially Adam first save on the side of Crownfall. They might not play it, but it is Krakoa, so this is still a good map to be able to have those karmic revivals as an option. But Tetcha, we're probably going to be having Loki Gambit through the ban draft once more if the personality picks come back through.
We're starting to see that Mantis ban once again. So yeah, we're looking pretty familiar so far. Unless Crownfall wants to early protect Strange to prevent Alter Zenith doing that, in which case that would be super risky. But again, this is domination. It was pretty close to working for Crownfall in that first matchup. Speaking of which, as Wolverine is protected early this time, finally going to be making it through, we got to talk about domination in general, because we've seen teams like Rad just winning every domination they've been given. But the fact is, that's important, especially in MRC, but also in Ignite. Every single series you will ever play in professional Marvel Rivals for MRC or Ignite starts on domination. You have to be good at that. And right now, Alter Zenith have been able to take the first domination we've seen. And if they can keep that momentum going, that could be a very good sign for them as we head into Ignite.
So we're already seeing difference in drafts. There's the Loki ban, so we won't be back to the double casts of Raging Roll Flush that we had on our first domination map of Celestial Husk. They could go for a Strange save here. They went for the Wolf save on the side of Crownfall, which does put more pressure if they do want to go with the Strange, because we have seen teams like yesterday, teams when they saw the Strange, they went for things like both the Emma and the Wolverine to try to grab some pressure out the Vanguards. But we're also getting to see the Vanguard Deadpool, which is a risk, because the last map, Crownfall actually banned it so that Monarch didn't have access to the Vanguard Deadpool, because it had really been doing a whole amount of work in the first two maps of the series.
So far, Monarch has been an absolute menace, and while Crownfall have been able to compete, Monarch has been getting a little bit higher in terms of numbers and keeping those backliners safe. The Strange is taken away, but I do agree with you that this is a bit of a risk from Crownfall. But Again, comfort seems to be the name of the game. And the fact is that Deadpool, especially against Gambit, drop that banhammer on him, can be extremely valuable. And with the Loki taken out, you don't have to risk that regeneration domain or that God of Mischief just removing the banhammer and allowing you to push on anyway. And we're going to see Elsa removed. So we're looking back at Star-Lord again.
Yeah, Star-Lord, Gambit, so one of the Vanguards has to be Mag to have Meteor M to just give you the opportunity to react. It won't fully absorb the whole duration of the ultimate, but it does give you the opportunity to kite or potentially get Invisible Boundary through so that your Invisible Woman doesn't lose the ultimate mid-activation of it. Strange did get banned, but with Crownfall going for the last ban against the Elsa, there is the opportunity for Rosa to get to go to the Thing, which was actually the composition that they played the last time these two teams met up. The first domination round went to Krakoa, and it was Alta Zenith who were able to come out on top. They had Loki Gambit. Crownfall tried to come on through with the strange Invisible Woman Gambit, lost the first fight, and then had to pivot away from the composition. So silver lining for Crownfall here, losing the strange means that right off of the rip, you don't have to worry about pivoting your comp halfway through.
That is true. But speaking of pivoting, unless we do see some pivots, we are back to our game 1, game 2 exact mirror compositions. Invisible Woman taking the place of Loki. We're going to see a Jeff, but that's just from rollout speed on Alta Zenith. It is possible we do see that committed to, but considering it was their duelist player, it was extremely unlikely. Although Jeff attack speed does work quite well with Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, but you don't want to give up the Star-Lord. You have the Gambit, you want the Galactic Legend. We're already going to see as well Alta Zenith with the speed bubbles already in position to just fully clear out high ground. So Crownfall, knowing that the objective is about to unlock, will give those positions up and kite to point instead, forcing Alta Zenith to have to walk into them, but the backline is going to be more vulnerable in comparison to Alta Zenith, who can play that backline far away from any of this fighting. Crownfall will be far closer.
Pressure right now onto the point. Both teams just looking for that brawl with the rogues dueling it out. It's going to be a Boohoo who gets punished first, though. Taken off the ball. That's going to give so much freedom for Team Captain and Monarch to chase the backline. Force physics, but you cannot flee from Rogue as they have so much mobility. Blaster Barrage getting a little bit of stacked damage there as the strategist did line up for a moment, which means that the damage calculation still counts it for 2 and just focuses it all onto one person, meaning a huge amount of burst just came out there from the side of Alta Zenith as they take the first cap.
The good thing is for Crownfall, FHDC actually manages to bail out of the fight without getting picked. So
That's
they
good.
do still have the Deadpool ultimate. They can utilize the banhammer to put the pressure onto Alta Zenith, and they have been able to find the Invis Woman of Exo and utilize it, which now means that Alta Zenith's team are split. They can't really take advantage of the space that Monarch was trying to create. MJD comes on through with that Galactic Legend after the Raging Roll Flush, pushing Alta Zenith to hide out off a point and allowing Crownfall to come through and sweep up the pick.
Little boundary going to be dropped from Twilight early. Exo jumps on in for the mirror with the Heartbreaker coming in from Team Captain onto the backline of Boohoo. Only on 80%, a little bit further away from that charge as Galactic Legend comes on out. Alta Zenith, they just stagger ultimate after ultimate, and it's working out very well in their favor as they're just slowly staggering, slowly eating away at everything in Crownfall's arsenal. And all that time, Alta Zenith are building up more charge. They're at 41% right now. Here comes the Heartstealer from a Boohoo. This is their chance to try and flip him, but without low, this is one of their main front lines having to use a lot of the damage, and no one is there to protect MJD.
Yeah, Dabby doesn't have the Gambit ult of Raging Roll Flush too, so Abuhu's a little bit more vulnerable. It got some of the team space to try to get out of the fight without going down and allow Alta Zenith to pick up more point percentage off of the back of those later eliminations. An attempted force physics is bubbled by the Bulwark coming on through from low, so once more FHDC escapes unscathed. Dabby has ultimate, so too does Hatro, and we're going to be hearing the echo chamber of the Raging Roll Flushes to start things off. Dabby goes first, Hatro matches, but Crownfall are the ones with the Galactic Legend, forcing Rosa to invest Meteor M to absorb it, but as we said, that will be broken, and Crownfall still have pick potential with Galactic Legend, so once more, Zenith kite off point into small room and look to stabilize the fight afterwards with a pushback of Invisible Boundary, but this time, Crownfall don't let them. They get into their faces, they take the fight inside the small room, and they get to hold on to the point control off of the back of it.
Really nicely done by Crownfall there, and you can see just how well they were communicating as well. Finding Monarch in the isolated location.
Oh, no.
EXO, that's not great news, but we'll keep moving on. But being able to call out that Monarch was off on the side there and catch them out was huge for Crownfall, allowing them to move their way in, get one pick at a time on these very split fights. This means that they've got the flip here up to 52%. Heartbreaker coming on in from Team Captain. They're committing to this anyway. Does not matter. There's no time to wait. You cannot just wait for your teammate to try and re-get into the game here. You've got to commit to these team fights while you might have some ultimates on the board. Invisible Boundary being hovered by Twilight, but not committed to yet. Waiting for the main objective here. Monarch has their own dive with the Bad Hammer here. Here comes the Galactic Legend and the Bad Hammer onto the backline. Star-Lord with the Raging Royal Flush on them for maximum damage output, is focusing a huge amount of damage onto Twilight to try and take them out, and they do right as the Invisible Boundary expires. A Boohoo with their own Heartbreaker onto the backline to try and take down Team Captain, which they will do, making this a 2-for-1 in favor of Zenith, but they're still technically 4v4 as they do not have EXO.
Dabby has that Raging Royal Flush to go as well, and Crownfall is still in control of this point. We're headed to final fight territory. There's no Strange, there's no TP. Zenith have to have players on the point or OT will burn out. MJD, what a grab! Coming on through from Team Captain, so the Star-Lord can't use the ultimate and catch Zenith, splitting them off of the ability to contest. But writing is on the wall, Hitecha. This round is over.
Taken down, no portals anyway. That is Crownfall taking point number 1. And Zenith, they are looking at the potential reverse sweep creeping up on them from Crownfall. When they've been looking, they chose domination. They felt confident coming into this, not maybe just because they felt confident in the matchup, but also just to get some practice after what Rad did to them in that upper bracket last time. But this is their opportunity to make their way back in, and they're already fighting themselves down.
I mean, they had really good kites. When they let Crownfall just temporarily take that space, they got, what, 18% of the point, and then Zenith just pulled all of the space back because it was temporary. They let them have the point. When they're on the point, they're deeper onto Zenith's side. They can get caught out by the Invisible Boundary on the recontest and get punished. But Crownfall, they started wising up to the strategies. They knew that Zenith would look to give up the points so that they lost as little players as possible and could play for second turn, play for those retakes. Crownfall, they won't be going second this fight. They're going to go first. They're going to be starting off with that Galactic Legend plus Raging Royal Flush. And for Zenith, there's no Loki in play, which means no regeneration domain to choose the ultimate economy and potentially Survivor.
Moving up into the aggressive position, like you say, Crownfall, they play on point. Why waste time when you have the ultimate advantage? You want to make sure that you can push onto your opponents and get that cap the second it's available. Team Captain up high, wrapping back round to their team, pulling in a Boohoo, who's going to pull the trigger with the Raging Royal Flush, Galactic Legend, and that's going to likely be Crownfall dominating this first fight, wiping them off the board. And Crownfall, they did burn some ultimates for it, but they're going to get a solid lead charge-wise.
Yeah, they've got point control, they've got choke control, they've got space as well. So when Zenith try to break through this next fight with things like Heartbreaker, Crownfall can keep their backline out of the way of it, can play to have Invis Boundary on point when the fight moves to objective to be able to survive through the Galactic Legend, as Low does not yet have the Meteor M, and Zenith will want to start to use it before that can come on through. There's the Heartbreaker. Crownfall, though, they're just going to kite out. They catch Monarch as well before the Invisible Boundary can come on through, and that is a great elimination as Zenith get no movement off of the back of the Royal Golden Vest.
Monarch did move over to the Invisible Woman to pick up for EXO, at least for the moment. Hatro zoned back a little bit, gets hit by the anti-heal, but will make their way back to the spawn where they can regroup. 45% for Crownfall with Heartbreaker and the Invisible Boundary at the ready. On the other side, Zenith, they do still have access to that Van Hammer and the Invisible Boundary of their own and almost have Raging Royal Flush and Galactic Legend. Even in the 5v6 scenario, they are about to have all the tools they need to maybe pull the trigger on an engage. Invisible Boundary gonna be popped here as they dive into the backline FHD with the shield onto the point as Meteor M from Low, trying trying to hold this line. It takes out the Invisible Woman, but Semitro and Whoop still have all the tools they need, but with no front line, there's no way they're going to pop that. They back up for what might be their last push as they're forced to reset.
I mean, Liz fast. Rosa probably thinks that they're going to be seeing the wrong side of Spawn, so just invests the Banhammer to try and stop Crimefall from chasing it for more. As Zenith needed to lose the fight fast, we've got a flank coming on through as someone tries to go and just draw attention, but they've been scouted out as isolated, and Crimefall are taking 0 prisoners. There comes the Raging Royal Flush in tow with that Galactic Legend, and Zenith, they're on the panic picks. Rosa's onto Spider-Man trying to keep OT in play, but no one is going to be able to get on point to hit OT, and Crownfall even up the series 2-2.
The reverse sweep, it is starting to seem like a reality. Zenith having a little bit of a rough time, but they're still technically on match point, but we've been saying that for the last 2 maps, Moxie, and Crownfall just continue to improve map after map, and are now 1 win away from moving to those grand finals to play against Rad. MJD had a lovely game there, and this is Crownfall, already in Ignite, continuing to make a name for themselves.
Potentially, we see a third domination map that Zenith could decide to take a seat. Hell's Heaven still has not yet been played. But I mean, yeah, Crimefall, they had the advantage, right? It was 6 versus 5, unfortunately. Yeah. And it was a strategist player that you were missing too, to the impact that we saw. Zenith had to roll swap, one of them had to go for Invis Woman, play things like the Invisible Boundary, but at that point Crimefall just had such a lead in terms of ultimate economy and point percentage that there was very little Zenith would be able to do in terms of coming back.
There's not much that they can do in this situation, but what they can do here is take a little bit of time, group up again, make sure that EXO is back into the game, and forget about the past, because what you are now in is a best of 1. And you've already beat them in 2 best of 1s so far. You beat them in game 1 and game 2. You know that Crownfall can be beaten, so you just need to forget about everything that's happened up to now, mentally reset and prepare, make sure that EXO is in the game and stable, and prepare for one last try. Crownfall, they just got to take the momentum. They just won 2 in a row, keep those spirits high, keep doing what's been working. They got their heads back on that Deadpool, and it works out in their favor. They're back on some stuff they seem a bit more comfortable with. It's working out. Keep it rolling for Crownfall. Zenith, mental reset, and they're going to have time to do that after this quick break. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it will be the ultimate map between Crownfall and Zenith to see who will play against Rad.
more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends in the
It's deja vu! We're going back to Dom as we're heading into map number 5 of Crownfall versus Alter Zenith to decide who will move on to that grand final to play against Rad for the winning position in the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 6 for EMEA.
It's probably going to be Deja Vu and ban draft as well. Like, we saw Alter Zenith pivot back into the ban on the Strange. It's likely going to be coming back as well here. Does Crownfall try to change things up? We will have to see, as both teams seem to be okay with the Gambit Star-Lord. Alter Zenith might go maybe onto protecting Loki instead of banning it out, because, like, they had to kite. They physically had to kite every Gambit Galactic Legend combo and give up map control and point control off of the back of it. So maybe, especially since we saw the performance on Celestial Husk, they were really, really good at using Loki Regeneration Domain to not have to match the Gambit Ultimate at the same time and save it in the back pocket while not losing players on the disengage. So we'll see. That could be a good avenue of being able to stop Crownfall's antics with the Star-Lord and Gambit if both make it through the ban.
Speaking of making it through, Exo has managed to win his 1v1 versus Bill Gates, got out of the Windows update and has made it back into the game. So Alter Zenith are back at full strength and updated even. As we look for the first protect, Crownfall, could they protect the Strange early?
Ooh.
Yes, they do! It's been so important in some of these earlier rounds, and this is a map where some of these portals, there are some long walking points on some of these objectives, especially Stellar Spaceport, where Portal could be hugely viable.
Yeah, and I mean, last time they saved the Wolverine, but Alter Zenith, they've been saving the Atom, but not playing it. We haven't actually seen Crownfall play the Wolverine once. Why go for something that would be a potential, as we can see the Wolverine ban now, while you're going to potentially let Alter Zenith remove the Strange, something that you have been playing and is obviously a comfort pick for your team. You've likely scrimmed with the Strange, you likely have all of your setups with the Strange. Don't throw that out of the window, as we can actually see Crownfall removing the Loki, because they clearly remember that Alter Zenith, with the Loki Regeneration Domain, was really, really good at winning the Loki Gambit matchup.
So wanting to just stick with the single Raging Royal Flushes, and Crownfall, once again, they still stand up, and they still look at Alter Zenith, they look at Monarch and say, nah, we better though, and they're going to lock in that Vanguard Deadpool for the main duel, FHDC versus Monarch for that flank and that backline protection. Zenith, though, they immediately protect the Invisible Woman to give themselves that extra duel, and also, it empowers Crownfall, though. Little bit risky here, where they could have maybe banned that out and protected something like, for example, a Cloak and Dagger for their own backline and banned out the Invisible Woman, but they prefer to try and duel out by removing the Star-Lord. They wanted to try and force Elsa. Crownfall, they don't want to match it. They take out the Elsa here.
I like the removal of the Star-Lord. Not only do you not
Yeah.
have to worry about a lack of Loki dealing with the Galactic Legend Raging Roar Flush, it also means that you don't have to run Mag on one of your Vanguards.
True.
So you can run Rogue to be able to have the empowerment off of both Team Up, but also Heartbreaker, plus the additional damage of the Raging Roar Flush. But you can also have Rosa flex onto the personality pick of Thing, which, as we talked about, is going to be really, really good into something like Strange, because Lo can hold the shield up, but it's going to do absolute air into the melee damage that Rosa is outputting with the Haymakers.
Parry this, you filthy casual, just punches through a magic shield. But you've been talking about this entire time. This composition, this matchup, this best of 5 started with the personality bans, banning out Strange, banning out the Thing. And we moved away from that as time went on, and we finally come full circle to not only them being let through, but being picked. So now it's just time to see who comes out ahead, because otherwise these compositions almost identical, except for the fact that Crownfall, not Invisible Woman, even though they have access to the Strange, they don't want the team up. It's Cloak and Dagger for them.
Are they going Portal?
I think they are.
Twilight's in Cloak form at the moment, so yeah,
There
it's
it
going to
is.
be Portal into Terror Cape and just jump on someone from Alta Zenith, but it's actually Crownfall who lose someone early. Abu who goes down, Alta Zenith 1 player up, a Vanguard at that, and they're going to be able to monopolize early point control off of the back of it. Crownfall now just have to try and stall. Yes, they've lost the Rogue, but they still have 2 Vanguards in the form of the Strange plus FHDC, who's generating that ultimate up at a rapid pace and manages to remove Team Captain from the equation.
Twilight did swap back over to the Invisible Woman, so now Crownfall keeping this up in an even fight, but the good angle being taken from Alta Zenith to hold the line, keeping the backline. They have to deal with this Deadpool, who's putting on a lot of pressure as so much damage is dealt to Rosa, but they retreat into their healing. Invisible Boundary matched from both sides, Twilight and Exo. Twilight still able to get theirs in time, despite not even starting on the Invisible Woman to keep this fight going. Ensong Inferno into Raging Roar Flush from both sides to match as much damage as they can to get as much burst onto those backliners. Beautiful positioning from Whoops, trying to win out the duel, takes out a Boohoo. As right now, we're trying to see MJD looking for an opening as Strange pushes onto the point. The point is held by Crownfall, but Alta Zenith want to take it back.
Yeah, Crownfall flipped it. Just before we saw the Zen diagram of those invisible boundaries coming on through, Alta Zenith lost control of the point and would have been 50% plus if they'd been on top of it throughout that whole scrap. They get it back now, but they have the Heartbreaker. They can hold close. They do have to worry about Lo, though, with the Eye of Agamotto. If they try and stack up and brute force through, Lo takes that momentum with the Eye of Agamotto, unless Team Captain gets on top of the Strange first. There we go. Saps out the ultimate, and Alta Zenith can be unleashed into the choke. Crownfall have no answers. Twilight just backs on off so that he doesn't lose the invisible boundary.
Little Boundary's going to come out from Twilight as Lowe's able to charge back up to that Eye of Agamotto, so Zenith are able to hold a lot of time here. Here comes the Heartbreaker into Eye of Agamotto, but it's countered from the clobbering time, interrupts it at the halfway point. Beautifully executed. Monarch gets 1, FHD falls, and Alta Zenith, they burn the Raging Roar Flush and the Ensong Inferno to keep momentum going in their way. Beautiful pickup onto Low as it's the chase coming in from Alta Zenith. Take everything, leave with nothing.
Oh, a little bit of an overextension there from Hatro, as Twilight's able to find the elimination on the chasing Gambit. So Alta Zenith now going to not hold all the way close. They have to wait for that second strategist to come back on through. And Crownfall wants to take advantage of that. Lo goes over to the Captain America. He's just going to send himself right at the team, trying to get as much disruption as possible and split the attention to allow Crownfall's players to walk into the retake, allow FHDC to generate the ultimate, send out the Banhammer, and put someone incredibly low so that Crownfall just get to bruiser through the whole rest of the team. No other ultimates needed.
Beautiful fight there, taking such a convincing setup here, and Alta Zenith were just taking so much damage while groups up on the point that the health bars were low enough for Crownfall to capitalize and reflip this on 99 versus 33 right now. Crownfall building back up, but look at the ult charge here. Heartbreaker available almost for both sides as Abu, who is just off here, but Low is building up towards a freedom charge. This could give them so much ult charge if they're able to get it charged up, but it's going to be Team Captain who pulls the trigger first, diving on out, forcing MJD to back away to charge on up. Rosa has the clobbering time, which could once again interrupt. This visible boundary comes on out of Boohoo, already taken off the board. Exo mirroring, but Zenith have the advantage in this fight. Badhammer comes on out as Darby is wiped on the backline before the flush, as it was drained earlier by the other side. Here comes Ensong Inferno into the backline. That felt personal.
Yeah, I mean, Crimefall are down Darby. Abuhu goes to the Strange to bring Darby back into the fight because they have the Raging Roll Flush ready to go to match Hatro's, and it's just the Gambit ult mirror. Hatro trying to live, kiting back over with the pressure coming on through from the Strange as Abuhu just chases him entirely out of the fight so he can't help the rest of his team. Altazanov, though, still getting work done on the point itself, but they just have not been able to find the flip. Crimefall's players just keep ping-ponging the possession.
Abuhu's so close to an Eye of Agamotto, but they're just getting locked down. Heartbreaker to steal it right before the cast. And it's going to be Crownfall forced off. The overtime ticks on down. There's no more portal. And that's going to be Ulta Zenith grabbing the first point in map number 5.
Great target focus. Crimefall, the moment low swap to the Captain America, you have a new danger on the board. Freedom Charge is a defensive ultimate, and it allows the rest of your team to start accelerating their own ultimate charges. The moment that you let Crimefall hit all three in one fight, Invisible Boundary, Freedom Charge, Raging Roll Flush, and they're in control of the point, they're stalling that fight out to a point where they're in a position to win it. So Ulta Zenith, they pick the Gambit, they get Darby before Low can pop the Freedom Charge, and it just derails Crimefall's strategist lineup and allows Ulta Zenith to find the eliminations, force the Strange Portal early so that Crimefall can use the Gambit ultimate before the match ends, and allows them to find the flip. Great play coming on through from them.
Low looking to adjust here, and they're looking to match. That is potentially dangerous as the thing comes out from them as well. Cramfall going into the personality pick of Rosa. How much practice do they have on this? How comfortable do they feel? And how risky are they going to be pushing into an Ulta Zenith that will have access to Invisible Boundary and clobbering time?
Well, they couldn't stay on the Strange. Eye of Agamotto was getting interrupted by clobbering time, so you couldn't even get to use your Vanguard that you wanted to. Now we're going to be seeing, like you said, that full mirror coming on out. Ulta Zenith do have the advantage, which is why they're taking up that early aggressive positioning on the point. And it's a very aggressive use of Invisible Boundary with the Heartbreaker coming on through from the side of everybody just scrapping it out. Out comes the Banhammer once Invisible Boundary's done because Ulta Zenith didn't get the eliminations. Twilight matched Invisible Boundary, got the later sustainability, and Crimefall answer back before Ulta Zenith can cap.
Massive flip on that fight from Cramfall. Like you say, that last second Invisible Boundary from Twilight, able to hold the line even after the dive from Team Captain. In terms of ult charge now, it's going to be close to even, as we will see Ensong Infernos available from both sides. But in terms of defensive abilities, then we have Raging Roll Flush at the ready. Here comes the backline. Banhammer coming on out from FHD to try to slow that pressure from Ulta Zenith as they try to make their way onto the point. Rosa just face first is trying to create an opening. Ensong Inferno comes out from MJD, not going to find much, countered by Whoops to see if they can get a blow up into the backline, and they do so, taking out a Boohoo clobbering time from the side of Rosa to try and burst on through, but forced using the anti-streak charge to reposition. They take a lot of damage. Heartbreaker from Team Captain in the backline are taking so much damage, but their healers are absolutely doing insane work here. Beautiful duel by MJD, almost dropping and finally able to pick off Monarch.
Can they force out the Invisible Boundary? Exo has to use it. Crimefall have players back into the fight. Boohoo is back with the Heartbreaker as well, and they're still holding on to the point. Invisible Boundary is done. Heartbreaker is fully through onto the whole of Ulta Zenith's team, and this point flip fight, it's running away from Ulta Zenith's side. They couldn't find the eliminations. Crimefall kited, they batteried until they were in a position with ultimates to make a play for second turn, and they win it out in the end.
Already at 70%, and Ulta Zenith, their lead is starting to evaporate as Cramfall look to even up this map number 5. Sending in a couple sparks. Whoops is trying to build their way up to a second Ensong Inferno, but MJD is far ahead of them here in this early stages of the fight and could open up with a big chunk of damage. FHD though caught as they try to put some pressure onto the backline. Monarch immediately takes advantage, taking out Twilight in the backline, and Cramfall are punished beautifully by Ulta Zenith, who are going to be able to flip this, but it's likely going to be a 99 charge just off the side.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really close. Like, Ulta Zenith have to win every fight and retain point control. Abuhu thought about going for the Strange as well. We just saw it there, the swap off from the Rogue onto the Strange in case Crownfall wanted to make a play with a teleport. If they'd been able to take out a player from Alta Zenith and just go for a fast regroup, 6 versus 5, because now it's once again down to Gambit Alt Mirror. The difference is Crownfall have the invisible boundary already in hand to be able to win out the fight long term when it comes down to that overall sustain. So Alta Zenith have to delay it before it starts to break on through. Whoops gets chased out of position by Abu, who goes low enough that he forces to use that Endsong Infinite for the health reset because they scouted out FHDC, who was alone, already too far ahead of the rest of his team and punishable, because this is how Alta Zenith find the eliminations to take Crownfall's confidence, so they just don't want to use the invisible boundary this fight.
They hold it on to make sure that they have it later, but this is Alta Zenith taking yet another fight while still holding on to basically every ult in their arsenal. The clobbering time was dropped out, but they still have access to the Heartbreaker, to Invincible Boundary, and Monarch is still being a menace on the flank. Your friendly neighborhood Deadpool has the bad hammer ready for you.
They're going
if you
to go
try to
first.
step up, diving to the backline, Heartbreaker, and the backline's devastated. Invisible Boundary comes on out to buy a little bit of extra time, but Darby is taken out so early once again as they push on in to try and take this fight. Invisible Boundary from EXO is keeping the side of Alta Zenith topped up, meaning they traded out 2 for 0 so far. Abuhu trying to pull the trigger to see if they can mirror it back, and they will get one. Whoops picked up as the main damage output. Monarch goes down, that's the second, and Alta Zenith, they're running out of tools here, but Crownfall, they've used all of their tools just to try and reach the point in time.
It's still for Whoops to come through with Strange Portal. Can Alta Zenith bounce point possession between the two of them long enough for the portal cast to come out? Hatro is going to have the Raging Roll Flush too. Alta Zenith are going to be able to stabilize their regroup and potentially find the advantage. Rosa rips through Abuhu with the amplified damage, and Alta Zenith have done it. They take it to OT, and Crownfall are now the ones that have to come on through with any turnaround. MJD panics, has to use Endsong Inferno to stall out the fight, get the health reset, but they lose Twilight, they lose the potential of building Invisible Boundary, and Alta Zenith complete 0 to 100% in one go. They catapult themselves into that finals.
What a hold by Alta Zenith, literally just juggling everyone on and off the point for every second, but not just to make sure they can keep everyone in a fight for overtime, but keep control for that whole overtime as well. They juggled every inch of that charge up for Crownfall with the clobbering time the second the portal came out so they could capitalize. That was beautifully executed, and a redemption for EXO going from disconnect to MVP. So well deserved. 36,000 healing, only getting taken down twice, the lowest in the whole game.
I mean, it's not just about the stats that Alta Zenith were able to do. It's also like, I have to say, the person who ult tracks for Alta Zenith's team is insane. They perfectly called every time Abuhu was 15% off ult and team captain had ready to go, when they could go without Crownfall turning and punishing with Heartbreaker first. Like, it's so hard as a rogue player to be able to use the Heartbreaker in the close quarters on a team who is mid-regroup and anticipating that early point of contact with the rogue ultimate, especially because they know that's going to be the opener. They can pull their backline back, they can play to absorb it, and that confident play can turn very quickly against you. But when we saw those fights when Alta Zenith were able to get that point control and hold closer around the corner, have the high ground verticality, and literally just send Monarch and team captain, a 2-person hit squad, into Crownfall's team, yes, they lost the fight, but they got so many ultimates out, they were able to buy so much point percentage, and then they stalled the point control long enough for Portal to come through that Alta Zenith could then use the ultimates that they still had left over to win out the fight that happened afterwards. Brilliant play coming through from them.
When you take out Darby before a fight even starts and drop Invisible Boundary in the hallway leading up to the point, not even on the objective, you know you've done your job as a dive. Like you said, they lost the fight, but they came out ahead in resources. What an incredible set. Crownfall, congratulations on 3rd place, and we will be seeing them in Ignite. Their journey is far from over. It's now time to go away, go into the practice caves, and build up as much as you can. Whereas Alta Zenith, they still have one more obstacle ahead of them. They have to play that rematch versus Rad GG. And we'll have a slightly longer break as we get set up for that, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's the grand final of MRC Season 6.
welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends in the
Assemble!
And we are back. It's time for the grand finals of the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 6. Ultra Zenith were able to dispatch Crownfall and make their way back for the run back versus Rad GG, who sit in that upper bracket looking pretty, having an incredible run, barely dropping a single map, Moxie.
Yeah, they did not drop a map to Alta Zenith the last time that these two teams matched up. It was a clean 3-0, and a pretty fast one at that too. Hell's Heaven, the first round of domination, went for the first round 100-0. Then when we headed to Convoy, we saw a full hold as well on Midtown before we headed off to Yggdrasil, which was a held on third into a cap coming through from Rad. I think we've also been able to find the origin of the instant Mantis ban, because Alta Zenith played a whole lot of Mantis the last time that they ran up against Rad. It was a lot of triple strategist lines with Atom compositions mirrored for both teams. So keep an eye on that. When we head to Convoy, Alta Zenith actually let the Atom through and then play it on the attack as a straight up mirror against the defensive Atom composition.
But we've also got to bring up the fact that Rad have had a dominant run on domination, including against Lunex, one of the other teams people really expected to get into Ignite and into this top 3. They did fall to Crownfall earlier on, but in that matchup, Rad did have some tougher matches here, but they dominated every time domination appeared. So we're going to be heading in to our matchup here. We start off, of course, on domination, which could mean good news for Rad. But Alta Zenith, they have been practicing. They have had to have a lot of domination games. Earlier on today, they've had that lower bracket buff.
Yep, here's the Gambit ban coming on through from Rad. Rad have, without fail, for a lot of their matches, targeted the Gambit instantly with bans on Gambit, Loki, and Elsa is their traditional ban path, as we see Alta Zenith continuing the tradition that we saw the last time when they matched up against Crownfall with the ban onto the Daredevil, and there it is, the save onto the Mantis, which means that we're going to be seeing triple strategist compositions from both of these sides. Venom is going to be picked on the side of Rad, as they've been really liking dive compositions, which Alta Zenith is not going to be happy about having to deal with. I'm sure we're going to be getting things like Invisible Woman to be able to have force physics and survivability when the dive comes to hit, as Rad remove the Loki, which means no Vibrant Vitality. And here it is, the Atom save from Alta Zenith, which means that we're going to be having probably mirror Atom matchups.
Yes, we are, but we don't have to worry about the Loki for the God of Mischief into double Adam Warlocks for the extra revives, or as a couple teams been doing, cloning the Mantis for that Soul Resurgence, as it is still a pretty solid ultimate in terms of healing output. The Wolverine, also protected. We've seen a lot of teams sneak that in every now and again, and Vanguard Pool, massively leaping up in terms of priority, along with Elsa, will sneak into the bans in that last spot. Especially, Rad were probably watching that last Alta Zenith game and saw Monarch absolutely pop off.
Yeah, Monarch very much next in line for the throne when it comes to Vanguard Deadpools making a name for themselves. Alta Zenith is going to be removing CD as their last ban. So no Cloak and Dagger, no Eternal Bonds, no Terror Capes, and no Dark Teleportation so that you can fade outside the reaches of something like a Meteor M connection. Or, if the teams want to go for it, is Jeff, which is actually a very risky play on the side of Alta Zenith here, given the fact that Rad saved the Venom. Surely we're going to be seeing symbiotic shenanigans with Vertigo on the Jeff at some point.
That will give them a lot of momentum. While they don't have the team up with the actual Deadpool for even more healing with that toy box, the symbiotic shenanigans, as you mentioned, ever since mid-season finals, has been a huge pickup for teams that are comfortable running it and could give Rad the speed and the Deathball style composition to actually create a lot of pressure onto Alta Zenith. Alta Zenith, however, they are sticking by the looks of it with that Mantis and that Adam. These are the picks that they chose. Let's see if it works out for them as we're starting to head on in to our first map. Who's going to come out on top? Can Rad continue to be dominant in this MRC, or will Alta Zenith start to alter the fates and make their way back in to take an early lead and their first map off of Rad?
Well, there's the expected Jeff. Mash is going to be playing it to give symbiotic shenanigans to Lugia, so we're going to have two major cooldowns in the first scrap for contest of this point, as Alta Zenith are going to be starting things off fast with a strange portal so that they don't get hit on rotation by the dive that is already set up to be able to target and force out some of these really important cooldowns. As Rad are on the point first, Alta Zenith prioritize taking a high ground position so that Hatchor on the Adam and Whoops on the Elsa can start farming the damage when Rad come to call.
Here comes the Venom, immediately forced to swing away as Lugigo is going to be just focused down. He's able to cause a little bit of disruption, but Alta Zenith choose to move down to that low ground. Keep an eye on Team Captain here. He's going to be trying to help mark this Venom along with the Elsa, both of which have a solid amount of crowd control to try and disrupt and prevent Lugia from swinging in, getting symbiotic resilience, and swinging away for free. But it's not going to be Lugia who falls first. It will be Crazy Kitty sniped from a distance by Monarch on yet another character, just finding these pickups on the flank.
I think we can see how Monarch was able to land the damage stats in the last few games. Very accurate, it turns out, on both the Deadpool, but also the Mantis. And also, I love this about Alta Zenith's Vanguard line. It's really good with the 4 to be able to, as you said, intercept things like the Venom, but you also have verticality mobility tools, so you can bounce the point presence between your Strange, then when the Strange shield breaks, your 4 can occupy that position, so you don't allow Rad to just walk away with first point control when they have that mag, opening Apex Predator into the choke. But this is what we talked about. Lack of CD means that Mash's ultimate is going to potentially be able to find players to eat and forces Hatro's hand into bringing them back with Karmic Revival. Whips back into the field. Monarch also brought down, but it's still within the 10 seconds count, so Karmic Revival procs the second time.
And look at Rad, they're more than happy just to wait this out. They'll let the Karmic Revival go down. They've burnt very few resources for this, so they'd rather just let that Karmic Revival expire, but immediately Alta Zenith not wanting to give them a chance for the reset, commit into this with the God of Thunder, starting out 2, but Vertigo's invisible boundary sustains them through. Here comes the Apex Predator, forcing them off the point, but they cannot capitalize on it, meaning that Alta Zenith have used every single ult in their arsenal, and Rad have sustained all of it. But what Rad haven't done yet is take the point. They're finally going to pull the trigger. Beast from the Abyss for the anti-heal from Lugigo as they push on in. Ensom Inferno at the ready to try and pressure one more time as Lugia continues to bully the backline.
Feast of the Abyss was just absorbed. Lugia got indigestion off of the Soul Bond coming on through from Hatro. And like you said, Rad still have not been able to get this point flip. Worse for them, their backline's being pressured currently by Team Captain. They have to take cover in a position where the Force simply cannot chase them through. As Smash, deprived of his strategists, is forced into using Ensong Inferno for eliminations and a health reset. Out comes the Apex Predator. Mash trying to save his team with the Itch Jeff to grab them out of the jaws of the Glortrox. The greed from the fish knows no bounds. And finally, Rad might be able to start turning this fight, but Whoops is still in play. Hatro is about to get another Karmic Revival cast, and it all comes off of the regroup from Crazy Kitty on the Strange. There's just no ultimates left for Rad's resources, though.
What a hold! Alter Zenith, Rad, who have been dominant on domination so far, utilizing their verticality and their sustain to just hold Rad off the point. Yes, Rad survived every single engage, but they didn't gain an inch until it was too late. The reinforcements from Alter Zenith hold the point, and they take the lead. What a start here for Alter Zenith, and moving into round 2 with Karmic Revival and Eye of Agamotto.
And here come the swaps. Rad bend the knee. They acknowledge, okay, dive is not working here. You can get Lugia into the backline, you can pivot the attention of 2 players, but Whoops just turns, melts the Venom, the strategists can survive, Monarch can just throw a healing stack on one of these players and turn and look at the rest of Rad's composition. So you don't even really turn the attention of all of the strategists and deprive the resources. Rad have to match. Unfortunately for them, they turn now into this composition. Yes, they'll have the Soul Bond, they won't have Karmic Revival. They have to find a way of winning the resource battle when Alter Zenith can literally double their numbers in the first fight.
They trade out that soul bond being brought in. In exchange, though, they lose the symbiotic shenanigans. The greed of the fish has found its bounds, as it will finally get swapped off here. Immediately, Lugia behind and above, looking for an opportunity to try dive on down, as Rad looks to take the aggressive position at the high ground. But what a shot by Hatro, taking out Crazy Kitty super early, forcing out the invisible boundary. And Alter Zenith, this might be exactly what they wanted, as they get not only the first pickup, they get the Eye of Agamotto, take out the second, and everything comes up dividends for Team Captain and Co. as Alter Zenith wipe Rad off the board.
I mean, Rosa also gets the Eye of Agamotto connection onto Lugia, who had Feast of the Abyss and potentially could have used the anti-heal impact to find eliminations in the invisible boundary mirror. But Alter Zenith remain standing, remain actually winning their first fight. And now, if Rad start picking away players, Hatro can just bring everybody back with the Karmic Revival, which is why Alter Zenith are holding this close. Not just that, God of Thunder brings the hammer up and down, and that CC concussive stun after the shock hits. Shock Smashness out of his ult.
Immediately, Karmic Revival has to come down. Smashness on the 50% cooldown. Apex Predator comes out from Whoops to capitalize. Make the most of the fact that your opponents have burned basically every resource, having to utilize that Soul Resurgence to keep themselves onto the board here. Silent Seduction from Ducky to try and punish that Venom, pull them off the board as they chase them back around the corners. A lot of crowd control, but they can't seem to capitalize as Hatro gets Karmic Revival. Rosa returns. Whoops is currently out of range. Hatro needs to get in range to bring back that Elsa, and in fact, Rad look like they're trying to find an opening here, but the revives reach just in time.
Exo stabilizes as well the res position with the invisible boundary, but Rad will be able to pick apart the invisible woman with how deep it was on their end. Smashness still alive on the Elsa too, can start picking down all of the Vanguard's health and start charging back up to the next Apex Predator, but crucially, Alter Zenith are still holding, and they think that this is winnable. Whoop saw the stack, saw Rad pushed up, wanted to punish with the Apex Predator, doesn't manage to find the clutch, and Rad finally finds the flip, but they have to stall at this point. 77% picked up for the side of Alter Zenith. Mash, yes, has that Karmic Revival. Lugia does have the Feast of the Abyss, so they can start sending the dives in as Alter Zenith cross through these chokes, but they're probably going to trade out players as Alter Zenith have 2 Vanguard ultimates to go, and they're just going to wait until Monarch gets Soul Resurgence to walk.
Smash is living up to the Monster Hunter there, sniping the Apex Predator, the Glartrox, out of the air, preventing it. Here comes the feature from the Abyss into the backline. Soul Bonds allowing Obsidian to push on through, and they have that Soul Resurgence on the board as they try and push up. Team Captain, God of Thunder, needs to be looking for that backline. Mash playing very safe right now. Not even landing too many shots, just focusing on the healing to make sure that they don't give away too much of their position. Exo pokes on the backline. God of Thunder and Yamamoto to just stun out everyone. Immediately Soul Resurgence, Apex Predator, and Psionic Seduction comes out from Rad. It's a lot of resources, but it's working out as they will get the wipe. But was that a bit too much of an investment? They still hold on to Invisible Boundary and Karmic Revival. Rad do still have tools.
Yeah, but the crux of Res Comp is that you burn your enemy's ultimate economy. You let them overinvest their ults, then you use the eliminations that they find, you bring everyone back with Karmic Revival, you stabilize your ult position with the Strategist ult to force space back, and you walk back on a team who has nothing to stand up to you. Unfortunately, Rad were the one that torched their ultimate economy. Yes, they'll have Invisible Boundary to stabilize their position when they res and on the objective, but if they use Invisible Boundary, Whips is just going to send out the Apex Predator. They see the players there, they use the Apex Predator, that's the feed so that Mash can find value with the Karmic Revival, but Hatro still has one of their own.
Meaning that Alta Zenith might have more sustain here as Invisible Boundary is going to be coming on out. That's not yet available. Finally, Vertigo gets it onto the board so they can keep the mirror going for at least a moment. Hatro's playing safe on the flank as the Apex Predator comes on out. Apex Predator forcing the Karmic Revival from Hatro up to the high ground. A Soul Resurgence keeps everyone topped up coming out of it. The Psionic Seduction to try and burst through the backline to try and lock them down on this approach. Whoops, getting that Guardian Barrier, keeping them topped up. Soul Bonds, and that's allowing Alta Zenith to out-sustain this. It is overtime right now, and it is ticking down, but Rad have no more bodies, and this will flip at 99.
There's no more Karmic Revivals too. Like, Whoops is going to have Apex Predator, Rosa Psionic Seduction, Team Captain is just going to be guarding that choke to not let anyone pass, which means that Rad have to swap. Ducky goes for the portal, Invisible Shield is given there from Vertigo with the Guardian Shield to make sure it doesn't get cancelled by something like a Mental Sedation as they just portal onto point. They've got the Soul Resurgence, they've got the Feast of the Abyss with the damage boost as well, and they're trying to find these isolated players. Exo wanted to play out of the fight on point. He knew that the portal was coming through, but that just means that he's easy for the Venom to chase down, and now it becomes a game of cat and mouse and point control.
Feast of the Abyss comes on out into the backline. Team Captain dropping low is being able to get topped up, though. Looking for Mash in the backline. Take them out before they can charge up. Force out the Ghost. One down. Mark him. Do not let him revive. As right now, Alta Zenith are holding solid in this fight. Apex Predator comes on out. That's a double coming out from Rad, though, as Hatro's taken down. Rosa is dropping. Rad might actually be able to hold this out as Mash does go down, though. There's no more revive. Soul Resurgence coming in from Monarch to keep them onto the fight, but it's just the strategists versus the entire army of Rad as Rad even up the score.
Hatro was 7% off the Karmic Revival, which would have turned the tables for Alta Zenith. 7%. This is the thing, though. Rad, they comped. This is a coordinated environment. The moment that Alta Zenith sends that 4 of Team Captain to go mark Mash's position, force the self-res, then find the next elimination on the Atom, he's not there to peel the rest of Rad's team off of the fight happening on point. Exo gets chased out, Monarch gets chased out, Hatro gets chased out, he goes down, he has to spend precious time pulling himself back into the fight with the self-res animation, doesn't get to build the Karmic Revival. Alta Zenith, you desperately see the players, Monarch's on the point, trying to stall it out for that Atom to build up the ult and give them Karmic Revival to win the OT, but it just does not happen in time, and we go a third round.
What a close matchup between these teams, and Team Captain swaps off. Not dealing with the Thor anymore. This is a map with some more environmentals, and Angela is going to have a much better time in terms of the actual the map, but is still at risk of getting caught out by the EMEA if they're not careful. But already Mash is going to be the first to fall. They do have that Karmic Revival, but they do not have the Cocoon, meaning they are sent right back to spawn. Invisible Boundaries dropped by Alta Zenith as they want to capitalize, taking down 2. They 100% want this early point, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, there's no punishment for Alta Zenith. They want point caps so that they can stall out the fight that happens and pick up at least 50% of the point with the Karmic Revival fight. Also, ult tracking, Hatro knows, Rad already used Vertigo's ult Next fight, it's not going to be invisible boundary advantage. Now you get the advantage of space. You're going to be able to mark out where the dive comes through. Your Angela can mark out the Venom's position, potentially make a play to go put the pressure on Smash to force out the self-res early again. And all the while, Rad are funneled in one straight line towards Whoops with an Apex Predator. And this all is about to be huge.
Apex Predator trying to isolate some people, take him off the point. Beautiful tackle by Team Captain. Looks like Crazy Kitty was able to stabilize and make their way back onto the objective, but Hatro and Exo were taken down in the back. And what was an incredible engage has turned into nothing. Rad wipe off the ball. Karmic Revival coming on out to keep this fight going for a couple extra seconds as Ducky looks to capitalize. If they're all going to revive in one spot, might as well try and pull them back in. Second Karmic Revival from Hatro to delay from Mash, to delay a little bit longer as Team Captain went in with the Heaven's Retribution from above to try and flip this Soul Resurgence for the push. Invisible Boundary on the mirror, and Team Captain is just looking to just isolate people. Takes down one. Crazy Kitty, the run back does get it.
Rad got the flip though. That's the difference. Rad again steal away the point. Alter Zenith will come out on top of this fight, but it's going to cost them 30% of the point. They could have been at 70%. We could have been in final fight territory, but Rad steal the point away at the crucial moment. Lugia now swaps off of the Venom onto the Ford. This is to make Team Captain's life an absolute misery. Ford can ground Angela. He can make sure that Team Captain doesn't get to use the mobility, and if you ground the Angela, it will be into Carbon Crush Force Physics.
Apex Predator coming on now. They don't want to give them the chance to get set up, looking for someone to get picked off, and Rosa gets dropped low, forcing out the invisible boundary from Exo. But Ducky sniped in the background. Team Captain doing a huge amount of work here. Doesn't need to duel the Thorn if you're just constantly on the flank like this, playing lower than their team because they can pop up whenever needed. Anytime someone tries to set up or drop down, they know exactly where everyone is, and they can get isolations.
Yeah, it's scouting. We're in final fight territory, and by Alter Zenith going for that really aggressive invisible boundary, they've denied Rad the opportunity of Mash having ultimate up for when this fight starts. Smashnez will have Apex Predator, which is why Alter Zenith are respecting the space that Rad will be walking, as Hatra will be in a position safely away from this fight, looking for Karmic Revival. It's just about forcing Rad into investing ultimates before you use it, and here's the first. Out comes Apex Predator. You're not focused on burning it out, you're focused on remaining with that point control so that you can stagger your players' lives and bring them back while still holding onto the point.
Crazy Kitty burns Soul Resurgence to mirror this. They still have Karmic Revival from Mash and Invisible Boundary, so Rad have all the tools they need to out-sustain Alter Zenith here, unless they get isolated and taken off. Here comes the Silent Seduction, trying to pick off the front line, wrapping all the way around, but it's a great use of the cover by Alter Zenith. Apex Predator for Whoops. This could be huge. Invisible Boundary off the side. Whoops! That is an apt name, as in comes the Heaven's Retribution from Team Captain to take them out, all grouped up together. Mash immediately Karmic Revival to keep that fight going. Whoops is on their way back for the rest of the team, but Sustain is heavily in favor of Rad right now. They've got the flip, they've got the Soul Bond, and Alter Zenith are just being whittled down one by one. Portal comes out to try and sustain this early at 50% so they can try and just keep this fight going. Rad not giving up how to fight. Another Apex Predator onto the board to try and take down the entire front line, and it works. Hatro goes down as well. There was 79% on the revive.
Oh, that was risky from Alter Zenith. Whoops goes down, comes back on the Strange. They're playing to try and just charge up the Strategist ultimates and outlast Rad, but Smashnez gets free Vanguards to farm health bars from and builds up the Apex Predator and just wipes everyone before Hatro hits ult. Alter Zenith now off of Strange, don't have teleport for the overtime fight, and have to rely on damage boost with Soul Resurgence to get them into the fight, and Whoops to find the eliminations off of Elsa neutral kit alone.
Time to run phase as they go in with the Soul Resurgence nice and early for the fight, taking out Vertigo as the first pickup. Mash is on 72% of their own Karmic Revival, which means it will not be in time to bring back Vertigo. Mirrored from Crazy Kid. You can see Hatro moving to a safe location, trying to take some high ground, but still keeping the team topped up with the Soul Bond. Rad, they're holding this on overtime as in comes the God of Thunder onto the backline to take out one. Crazy Kitty falls, Team Captain falls. It's 2 for 1. Karmic Revival. Hatro found a beautiful position just behind the platform to try and keep the team topped up, but no one's dealing with Smashness right now, who's continuing to do huge work onto the back line. The Psionic Seduction is massive. Mash is still in position for the Karmic Revival, but it's not even needed. Finally going to be dropped as Lugia comes in with the Revive Portal to make sure that everyone is back. Crazy Kitty swapping off of the Mantis to keep them on the board, and Alta Zenith are running out of bodies for the point. They brought out Sahatro onto the Jeff to try and reach it in time, but they can't do so. Rad with the hold, and they take map number 1 in a 2-1.
We're in for a lot of Mirror Atom compositions, I'm telling you now. These two teams, they matched up in the upper bracket, and it was Domination, Atom composition, Convoy, Atom composition. Atom mirrors on both sides, both attack and defense. Smashness with the Elsa MVP was just like doing so much work, generating Apex Predators so quickly, managing to have the mobility as well to stay ahead of the marks. Like this composition, the Elsa plus the Atom, you really have to choose who you get to mark, because the Elsa plays you for an absolute goose chase, and the Atom with his high mobility now also just gets to run rings around you. Like Alta Zenith, I was watching, I was like, okay, Hatro gets Karmic Revival up. I was looking at the elimination feed. I was like, surely someone separates from the fight happening on frontline and goes to find Mash. Otherwise, Rad literally just bring everyone back, win the OT with strange portal advantage and second cast of Karmic Revival, and that was, unfortunately for Alta Zenith, exactly what happened. Mash was untouchable, Karmic Revival brings all of the necessary players back, Strange Teleport grabs Crazy Kitty back into the fight, and Smashness is still running around, outputting 40,000 damage and coming away with 22 final hits.
41 and 8 total in the KOs, 22 finals, like you said. The person who's closest was actually Team Captain with 16 final hits, who did, on that first round, absolutely dominate, but started literally just to get out-rotated by Rad. Lugia moving over to interrupt the first set, then moving over to interrupt the Angela, and just keeping Team Captain rotating through heroes was just very nicely done, and it's why Lugia is the GOAT. We're going to be heading to a quick break before we head into map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Grand Finals action.
more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Assemble!
If you look at the score, you might say deja vu. If you look at the map, you might say deja vu. But if you saw the previous map, you would know that Ultra Zenith had a absolute belter versus Rad. And yet, Rad sit 1-0 in these grand finals versus Ultra Zenith. And we are heading to Midtown for our second map.
Well, if it's a full hold on Rad's side, then it truly would be deja vu in terms of taking us to Midtown. But as we've already talked about, already we're seeing differences in ban draft. The last time, Rad banned Elsa out for 2 whole maps before they saved it when they headed into Midtown, in comparison to what we got to see on Burn and T'Challa, where we got the Elsa mirror from Whoops into Smashness. So Rad looking much more comfortable on it. Last time, we also got Adam versus Adam for both teams on attack and defense, but there are chances that we see some variation. Maybe Adam doesn't make it through the ban draft, especially with the Loki and the Gambit currently up for grabs as well, as we get ready to head into the map that we've talked about, Midtown. This is, as a reminder, best of 7,
Yep.
so we're potentially in for the long haul here as we get ready to head into our ban draft, and Ultra Zenith continue to go for the instant ban of the Daredevil. What do Rad decide to go for here? Is it going to be more of the same, or are we going to see a little bit more of a mix up as they get to choose? I'm probably guessing it's not going to be Elsa. It is just going to be a continuation of this Gambit, which, Gambit empowers so much. You have to be much more afraid of Heartbreaker from Rogue. You have to be much more afraid of a potential Star-Lord slipping through the ban draft. And that's before we even talk about Loki. As Ducky 1 will be getting his Groot, which, when it makes it through the ban draft, he's walked away with MVP a lot of times. So that's a scary one for setups too.
And of course, you've removed that Purify from Gambit, from his ultimate and his base abilities, which means that Groot gains even more value here. And it also does quite well into Triple Strategist, which Ultra Zenith have shown to be very adept at running, especially with the Mantis being hovered here. I promise I will make only one joke about this as well, but if we do see Elsa continue to slip on through, then good news to Whoops, this map has very minimal points where you can fall off.
Wow.
The one joke.
That's mean, Tetcha, as Loki is going to be removed. So we don't get the full team up of empowered regeneration domain, now larger with increased damage as well when you play within it. As Mantis getting saved means that we're likely going to be seeing damage boosted Elsa. Also opens the door for a return to Ultron, which, as I say it, there it is. Rather going to go for a save. If you watched the upper bracket matchup between these two, you will already know that Rad actually played a Mantis Ultron Invisible Woman composition on their attack to break Ultra Zenith's defense all the way back on Yggdrasil Path Convoy. So potentially we see the same thing here.
Elsa does get protected here, and I did make the joke, but Whoops is actually insane on this. We've been seeing the really close matchups between them and Smashness, just trying to outduel each other, and it's honestly been going almost 50-50 every time they have ran into each other here. So it's a safe pickup with the Mantis buff as well. You are just unleashing so much damage. The question is, with Adam taken off the board, do we potentially see Vanguard Deadpool taken out as well? We've been seeing a lot of proficiency from the side of Alta Zenith on that, especially from Monarch, and it gives a big buff to that Elsa, which would empower Whoops even more.
Rad get one last ban. Now, this is MRC. These bans are universal, which is why that Adam ban will go both ways, as will the Vanguard Deadpool get targeted out too. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Vanguard Deadpool just has ult first. If you're playing Mantis Ultron, you want to go for those really fast ult generation cycles, and Deadpool just runs laps around those accelerations. As we're going to be seeing, Rad starting off on the defense. Already there it is, Crazy Kitty on the Ultron. A hero that Crazy Kitty was actually making a name for themselves on all the way back last year in Ignite. I was really worried how they would be able to flex their hero pool, because they played Ultron and Torch, and both of them unfortunately got massively nerfed. But Crazy Kitty for me was one of the players that really stepped up in terms of overall improvement. They very rapidly grew to be one of the best duelists in the region.
100% agree. They really started to show up. There's been a couple players who we've always been keeping an eye on in terms of those big rising star duelists. Crazy Kitty is one of them. Ballas is another one. There's a lot of potential. And of course, Whoops and in this case, Monarch, who's showing also as a Vanguard a lot of these games, but it is playing it like a duelist in the form of that Vanguard Deadpool. In this case, will be allowed to play on Phoenix, a hit scan character, and against that Ultron might be very good for them.
Rad are going to be starting off on the defense, not going for the triple Vanguard as it feeds the Elsa like absolute crazy. Yes, a triple strategist line can potentially keep them up, but with Groot in play as well, you can get walled off, you can lose the line of sight, and you can lose your Vanguards very quickly while allowing the enemy Elsa to start pulling ahead of your own. As we can see currently, Ducky1 just playing up on the high ground so he doesn't get pushed off and isolated. Lugia Goat as well, making sure to watch the flanks so that no one from Alta Zenith can get past and go pressure out the backline.
Early cancel on the Lightning Dome on the Awakening Rune as well, to make sure they could just drop a little bit of damage and then still have a way to lock someone down or escape if more people came up to mark them. For now, charging up was trying to get to Ultra, but Crazy Kitty is playing nice and safe to avoid getting caught out here. Monarch takes the high ground as Alta Zenith, slowly but steadily, are just creeping forward inch by inch. Apex Predator comes on out to try and capitalize, to try and push into the backline, but Rad are absolutely destroyed off this, unable to hold back even from their own engage.
Strange TP is going to come on through here. Unfortunately, Crazy Kitty actually gets picked off before they can make it to safety. As they try to use the Apex Predator to cancel the Strange TP, as Ducky1 would have been shielded, but still that Glottrox would have gone past, but it just gets melted before it can hit him. Strange does fall, but you did your job. You got the portal through, and Crazy Kitty stabilizes the team with the Rage of Ultron. Alta Zenith, though, don't lose players early, as EXO has the sustainability with the Eternal Bond, and we go into Invisible Boundary versus Invisible Boundary. Alta Zenith have to lock in, as they just have to deal with these cleanups, and they should be able to pick up the first checkpoint.
Alta Zenith with the momentum here, taking them down. They were able to snipe Lugia Goat out of the air mid God of Thunder, so they didn't get the stun off. What a beautiful hold, and Alta Zenith start making their way immediately into the zoning position. Do not let Rad reset. It's exactly what we've been seeing from all the teams so far. Just get as big of an advantage as you can and claim control of the ramp before Rad are able to move up and try and fight you around the center point.
Alta Zenith do have ultimates, though. They didn't have to burn all of them to get that cap, which means that Rad have to wait for this fight. Smashness is going to swap over to Walk so that he makes less noise, also using the third-person POV camera to try and read out if anyone is there for him to get caught out by. As Monarch can go aggressively, he has the end song. If he gets punished for overextending, he can just hit his ultimate and get all of the health back, as we get to see the Apex Predator from Whoops just grabbing everyone from Rad out of the safety of Subway Tunnel and depositing them right into Alter Zenith's team. Mash tries to get the heal through with the Eternal Bond, and they do manage to close up the distance and get a great blind off with the Terror Cape, but Whoops is still in the fight, and Rad are still losing players.
Smash is trying to duel out Monarch on the high ground, but Monarch with a better position is trying to make their way back in. And some Inferno gonna be burned just to try and force them off the objective and give time for Rad to step back out. And it has worked. Crazy Kitty respawns, will be making their way back to the point with that Apex Predator. Now this is Rad's opportunity to try and burst through. There's 3 minutes left for them to hold, and Alter Zenith have basically every ultimate. Straggling Prison, God of Thunder directly on top the boundary to try and sustain. It does heal them through, but there's a lot of crowd control coming onto the board. It's going to be the Invisible, the Cloak and Dagger going down first on the side of Alter Zenith. Finally, they're able to take down Thorn. Lugia got picked off the board, and now who can step up? Who can delay this? Counter-Straggling Prison into the back line, takes down Whoops. Vertigo and Ducky Ford exchange. Monarch and Rosa go down, and Rad may be able to stabilize this.
Former Global 1 group player for a reason. Ducky 1 with the Strangling Prison allows Rad to claw that fight back, especially since they picked off Exo. Alter Zenith at the fight start had advantage with both strategist ultimates, but Rad pick Exo out before Eternal Bond can come through, and they don't have to worry about the advantage against them. Mash now will have match. They also have all of this map space, so if they put the pressure, Alter Zenith might have to part with Eternal Bond early, and Rad can just kite it out. Or potentially, Lugia brings the hammer down and finds the punishment. Here's the Eternal Bond, but hey look, Ducky's got the Groot Walls. He can block off the dash path prematurely, and Rad now get to equalize, answering back, taking the space with their own Eternal Bond.
God of Thunder comes on down, immediately takes out the backline. Exo is destroyed off the board here, meaning that Rad have a great position. Lovely duel by Smash. Is able to take the mobility and now chasing back, setting up the sparks. Group wall for the retreat to try and give Alter Zenith a chance to regroup, and they will be able to do so without losing anyone else, but that's more time and more distance lost. 1 minute and 30 when they had 3 minutes of this push initially.
They're an Alter Zenith, like they've got Strangling Prison. They could go for a combo, potentially Apex Predator, maybe Endsong Inferno. That's a huge pickup, like you said, onto Smashnez. But Rad got the opportunity to take damage and battery Invisible Boundary, so Alter Zenith now have to commit Invisible Boundary to match the sustainability. Monarch gets to use the Endsong Inferno right on top of Rad's players when they're all stuck inside that slow, and it punches through the heal potential, taking Vertigo out. But Smashnez is on the Strange. Rad are going to look to stall, and if Alter Zenith aren't careful, they're all going to get hit by Ducky's ultimate when the team pile through.
Counter portal attempted so that they can one reinforcement to prevent the reinforce from Rad by blocking it off. It's not perfect, but it might delay them at least a little bit as Team Captain with the God of Thunder melts through Rad's reinforcements. The doors are open, and anyone else coming through that portal is just going to get picked off one by one. Alter Zenith, they break the hold with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Gone are the days where Thor's God of Thunder was stopped by things like Jaff Bubble. Team Captain gets to use the CC immunity, dodges out of Ducky 1's ult, brings the hammer down, and makes sure that Rad can't capitalize off of Ducky's ult landing. Alter Zenith now break out into open space on third, push up to try and take this fight around corner so that Rad lose map control, but they do have the better ultimate economy, and Alter Zenith have to pay respects. It's just a little bit of poke, and they have to make sure that they don't stack up too heavily because Crazy Kitty has the Apex Predator. The moment he sees Alter Zenith too far ahead, potentially punishable with Vertigo of the Force Physics, they're just gonna push for more.
Another 30 seconds off the clock here as Alter Zenith will get picked off one by one, and you mentioned Crazy Kitty still having all the tools they needed. They just won that in the neutral as they look to take an aggressive position outside the Fisk building, prevent Alter Zenith from stepping out, buy more time, already taking a full minute off the clock that they had at the start. God of Thunder into the backline for delays. That's a lot of damage. Lugia will fall for that, but it is going to buy a little bit more time. They take down Team Captain in the mirror, immediately forcing out the Totem Bot from both sides. Glartrox coming on out to try and isolate, won't find it, and now there's a Cloak and Dagger in the backline, causing a little bit of grief.
Monarch gets the health reset with Endsong Inferno, but Ducky gets the Strangling Prison. Vertigo comes on through with the Invisible Boundary as Rosa match the ultimate, and this is just a matter of who can find the eliminations through the heal per second. Both teams have the Elsa, both teams have the potential of finding those picks, and it's Alter Zenith who comes out ahead yet again.
They push on through Alter Zenith with almost no time on the clock. If they get wiped off the board here, then they will be halted. Rad now have the closer spawn position. Portals will likely be back up for both teams very shortly, if not already. And suddenly, Rad have to worry about that ult charge, as team captain already has that God of Thunder. There's not a lot of setup, but the zoning potential on the objective could be devastating for Rad, as immediately team captain up to the air to see if anyone's stepping on for the overtime to try and stop before the moment. God of Thunder to zone them off the board, to take out the backline. The wall, the Iron Root wall from Groot keeps them tanked out, though, as he gets caught out by the Glass Trucks, but is able to stay alive with that Storm Surge for the bonus health to keep them on the board. Great wall position by Rosa to punish them with the extra damage from the Thorn Lash walls to keep the pressure onto the board. They knock Thorn off the point as the car creeps closer and closer. Exo with the Eternal Bond keeps the team top. Smashness coming in with the Endsong Inferno to try and weaken them. They take out Exo in the backline, but they're out of bodies for the point, and it's gonna be a triple cap for Alter Zenith.
Whoops, take a bow. Like, that last fight,
For sure.
the Elsa just does it perfectly. Ignores the fight happening on point, could potentially build the ultimate faster by breaking down the Vanguard's health, understands that the true crux of the matter, if Rad get invisible boundary off, closer respawns, funneling players back and forth from spawn onto point. Where's Alter Zenith down? So what does he do? He abandons the fight happening on objective, and he looks for the pick onto Vertigo. Smashnez, without an invisible woman, has to use Endsong for the health reset. Mash has already burnt his ultimate, and Alter Zenith deny the strategist uptime and finally break the sustain cycle.
Now Rad on their own attack will have to try and break the sustained cycle of their own. Neither team needing to alter their compositions, as we are still in a full mirror matchup as we head on out. Great push by Alter Zenith. Great positioning by Whoops. Great setup by team captain. While the Groot did tank through the God of Thunder with the Iron Root wall, they had to wrap around the corner to not get capitalized on and not get picked off from the burst damage, meaning they were off the point, meaning their backline was taking a little bit of damage, meaning Alter Zenith were able to take the advantage. Now it's Rad's turn to go on the offensive and see exactly how quickly they can push on through.
Looks like it's full mirror matchup as well, so just more of the same. For guarding the flank, Monarch just waiting to see if he can find an elimination Phoenix done into follow-up damage from that right lane, making sure that Rad don't get to walk the high ground and put the pressure onto those squishies so that they can start taking away the resources, weaken up the front line, and win out the bruiser fight for that point control.
Team captain on the high ground right now, going to enter into the Thor brawl to see if they could just take out Lukia nice and early. Monarch has a beautiful position right now, the classic long range from the Phoenix, able to just ping down from up high, get a lot of damage to the grouped up members of Rad as they try and push down the main entranceway. Building into ultimates, we have a look and we can see that the biggest charge right now looks like it might be Mash or Vertigo on those invisible boundaries. In fact, it's going to be Whoops with the pickup there, up to 87% on the Apex Predator.
Great elimination as well onto Ducky 1, coming on through from Whoops, who burns through the crew and as a result leads the Apex Predator ult charge in comparison to Crazy Kitty. Rad don't have a strategist ultimate just yet. They're going to be battering until they feel confident to take the fight, as not only have Alter Zenith been able to find the eliminations. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think that was a Groot wall interrupting the Apex Predator cast coming through from Whoops' on end. But hey, they get one better. They block off Crazy Kitty's ultimate now.
The Apex Predators are not finding a target, but the Endsong Inferno will directly onto Crazy Kitty, who was in the strangling prison, taken down. Counter with the Endsong into the back line. It is incredible from these G-Grade players, taking out a whole 3 on the board. And Rad are creeping forward. They've been slowed down very severely, but they are breaking the hold and are now immediately looking to push up. Don't give Alter Zenith time to set up.
They're not going for a portal. Alter Zenith are actually not going for the portal play just yet. They're going to walk from spawn instead. Team captain does have the God of Thunder, Whoops so close as well to that Apex Predator, which means that Vertigo's ultimate is going to be incredibly fragile to try to set the boundary against the defense just walking on the team. There's the God of Thunder, Lugia mirrors, Vertigo also utilizing the invisible boundary, but that just means that Whoops can potentially get the Apex Predator value once it drops. It's just a matter of Alter Zenith trying to hold the point that long, but Rad are ripping through the defense. and players are all down, and they get no opportunity to use the Apex Predator. We go to the second part of Midtown.
A full minute on the clock more than what Alta Zenith had at this point. Rad are taking space, immediately making their way to the top of the ramp to keep that momentum going. Alta Zenith, they need to reset. They have the Apex Predator. They're building up towards a Straggling Prison and an Ensong Inferno. That'll be more than enough to take out Rad if they get caught out of position, but they have to build their way up to it first while Rad are making distance and taking position.
Yeah, Luke is doing such a good job of just making sure he gets to play the staircase, so even if the group gets a wall through, there's still good line of sight from the strategists onto their vanguard. Out comes Eternal Bond for Alta Zenith to walk out of subway tunnel. Smashnares is going to try to come on through with the Ensong hitting onto the ground, just holding, waiting for the moment of Ducky wants ult to grab onto Alta Zenith's players and find those eliminations, as both teams had the same idea, but Alta Zenith lose the Phoenix before Ensong can come through.
Monarch does have that Ensong Inferno when they return to this fight, though, as they will be able to make their way in quite quickly, and Rosa is picking up anything that might be needed while that happens. Picks up one more in the fight and holds this delay a little bit longer. Rad reinforcing their way back in. The trap is able to catch Crazy Kitty, who nearly gets picked off by the reinforcing Monarch, is forced to back up and wait for the rest of the team. A touch of distance is made, but Alta Zenith, they have the positional advantage right now.
Yeah, Rad definitely wants to be able to utilize this Apex Predator. Monarch's going to use the ult first, however, trying to force Vertigo into using Invisible Boundary off of the point. Matt tries to get the fade coming on through from the CD instead, since it would have been so far off of the objective. Alta Zenith would just have been able to disengage it, wait for it to drop, and then come through with advantage from Hatros. But they lose the fight, they lose 2 to Ensong Inferno, and they know this one is done. Go for a regroup and just push back, saving the ults for the next fight.
And they do have a lot of ults in their repertoire here. They have Apex Predator, they have God of Thunder, and they have Invisible Boundary. But look on the other side, we've got a Thunder, Invisible Boundary, and Straggling Prison from the flank. Beautifully executed. And Rosa shuts down push number 3, and Rad are forced to regroup for the 4th time.
Not just that, Hatro got to save Invisible Boundary. Vertigo uses Invisible Boundary, Alta Zenith don't match. They just stack the damage, they've got the blind coming on through from Terrorcape for that gorgeous 28% vulnerability increased damage from all sources, which then applies on top of the God of Thunder damage from Team Captain as well. Smashnares, though, sees Monarch a little bit too far forward, wanting to get some poke damage to build up the Ensong Inferno before the team walks, and punishes. Duelist down, Ensong Inferno lands onto Rosa, takes the Groot out, and Alta Zenith, this is just a matter of going down on cart. Don't use ultimates, stall out for the time, and just shave off the seconds that when we head into Subway, you've got the ultimates, you've got the closer respawns, you can just funnel your players back and win the overtime duel instead.
And with only 50 seconds remaining, this is not great for Alta Zenith. Yeah, if someone goes down, they can portal, but if you lose in the subway during overtime, suddenly you might not have enough time for a portal, because Rad are already have exactly what they need for a full team wipe. Straggling Prison comes on out to burn them in the doorway. Eternal Bond to try and protect Team Captain, but is unable to do so. Monarch falls as well, with 2 down off the board with 20 seconds left. There will be enough time for a portal if people can stay on the point, and right now, Crazy Kitty is giving everything they can.
No.
Apex Predator to try and take him out, remove all possible resistance, and Rad smash through that second point.
Oh, the Invisible Boundary positioning. It was off of objective. It was directly in front of Crazy Kitty with Apex Predator, and the Elsa just hits the ult and grabs everyone out of Hatro's ultimate. Alta Zenith, though, they can take out the momentum in this next fight. They've got the Strangling Prison, they have the Ensong Inferno combination. Mash might be able to get the fade out with the Dark Teleportation to dodge the grab, potentially, but Alta Zenith are going to be looking to force it before they decide to greenlight the ult usage.
Ensong Inferno going to be coming out from Monarch nice and early to get a head start here. We've got a Thunder for the follow-up. A Crazy Kitty able to pick them off on the landing, but Team Captain did grab Smash this. Think that they're 1-for-1 trade. Holding outside the fifth building right now. It's just, again, Alta Zenith trying to burn through as much time as possible, and that will help. That's a beautiful Apex Predator taking out Mash right away and chasing back even more, getting Ducky on the retreat, and that is Whoops just dominating along with Monarch.
Yeah, this is where Ulta Zenith can really pay Rad for getting the full push. They're going to close hold. They're going to force Rad to invest as many ultimates as possible just to bypass getting stuck inside Fisk building. And then they're out of resources for when we get to the actual checkpoint fight itself. Ducky comes on through Strangling Prison. They're looking for the combo off of Ensong Inferno. They'll be able to find it, but look at what Ulta Zenith are doing. They're not using ultimates until now. They're waiting for Rad to be out of them. Out comes Hatra's ultimate, forcing Vertigo's now. Crazy Kitty tries to come on through with a clutch Apex Predator, grabbing everyone out of the heal potential, and Rosa falls. They have to chase for stagger picks now. They have to disrupt Ulta Zenith's regroup because we're in the overtime grounds. Rad have to keep this cart moving and a player constantly on it or they lose this round. And Ulta Zenith, they're going to have the wombo combos. Whoops comes through with Apex Predator. Next fight, Strangling Prison plus Ensong Inferno is ready to go. Mash has one ultimate. Eternal Bond can't possibly cover all of the aggressive ultimates Ulta Zenith have.
So immediately you can see on the high ground, Smashness is trying to pick people off early, take them out the fight. Here comes the Ensong Inferno. They take it down. Strangling Prison, which means it does not follow up, but it's going to be Rosa picked off early. Caught in the trap, but Crazy Kitty is not giving up, not letting go of the chase. Picks up 2, looks for 3 to grab 1 more off the point. They get it. Smashness. What a push up here. And suddenly, Rad are trying to cut them off in the doorway, burning them through with the Ensong Inferno, but his body's on the point. Venom for the delay with the Simba. To just buy as much time as possible. Apex Predator from Whoops on the defense, grabs 2, but again, Smashness is able to dash out of that. Struggling! Burns them off the point, and that is going to be 3 for 3, and we are going to an overtime.
The fact that Rad stared down Ensong Inferno, Strangling Prison, Apex Predator with 1 Eternal Bond. They don't even get to Battery Vertigo up for an Invisible Boundary cast. And they managed to pull it off. Literally going from start of third all the way to the end of the map in overtime is wild and shows the clutch potential of these players. Like, they understand Strangling Prison is the play for Ulta Zenith. They don't want everyone to get caught in it, so they play split. They have their duelist in 1 position, strategist in the 2nd position. If it hits, they're going to be able to just absorb the incoming damage while still having Crazy Kitty and Smashness outputting crazy amounts of threat and finding eliminations to pick apart the defense.
Ducky with the insane Strangling Prison on their own side for the attack. We move into the defense, like you say. 1 minute for both sides. Neither team was able to get to the end with any time on the clock. So we're down to these last possible pushes. And once again, Adam is banned out. Strange is not. So we can't go for Karmic Revival compositions. But it is finally time to see these portals just get on in to buy as much time as possible. When someone goes down, you bring them back.
I mean, you can't lose someone early. That's the thing. If you're the defense, losing someone early means that you have to give up space for the regroup. You have 1 minute. If you lose someone early and you have to just back off the fight, you allow the other side to come through with such a lead in terms of ultimate generation. Phoenix, Elsa, they can find these eliminations out of the blue. This positioning has to be perfect from the team. Lugia is just getting absolutely bashed around the place as team captain bashes Ducky around the place. There's 4 displacing the Groot, and there's the early eliminations we talked about. And look at what it's done for Red's positioning. Everyone takes a huge step backwards, and with 1 minute on the bank, Ulta Zenith are already halfway through first.
They are pushing through with such speed, keeping at least 1 person on the point, but again, they want to try and zone people out and pick them off early. Get as far on the point as you can. Ducky looking to step up and waiting for their team to make sure they actually get enough healing to break through the first wall. Waiting for the Light Force wall so that they can get the bonus healing onto the point to step out without getting burst down. Beautiful flank by Smashness, landing the perfect headshots exactly when needed. Lugia go onto the point to take out the group first on the board. That's 2 people down. Who's portaling for Ulta Zenith to make sure that they can get the reinforcement? It's gonna be Whoops, with Rosa coming in, Invisible Boundary to buy as much time as they can for the actual objective, and Apex Predator to remove people from the board with the Ensong into the backline. Portal about to drop, and overtime is ticking down. They reach it just in time, but they are so staggered, Moxie, they will not hold.
I mean, Ulta Zenith just on paper lose the moment they lose Whoops that early in the fight setup. You forced the Elsa, who was so close to ult, to swap to Strange to teleport the team back. Alta Zenith were lacking Elsa damage to clutch out the fight and lacking Apex Predator to punish Rad, just sending Lugia Goat at the strategists. Hatro Exo, they were trying to use the natural terrain, the cover of the pillars, to keep themselves safe, managed to try and battery up some of those strategist ultimates and give Alta Zenith more space to work with, but they're pushed out of those positions by the Thunder Surges from Lugia.
Just doing so much from Lugia, just pressuring those backlines, like you say, without the Elsa for the capitalization. We start to see Rad optimizing. They know it's their opportunity now. They just have to break 123 meters, 88 centimeters. So we actually start to see a little bit of a Rockets packed lunch. We start off with the Battle Rebirth Beacon in spawn. You have to place it early, otherwise it does get caught on the elevator and will not activate, to make sure that everyone gets a little bit of bonus health on the way out of base. And they're considering a Punisher. We don't see it often, but if all you need to do is make one ult rotation and push in for that first point, there could be some good value here.
It looks like it's going to be a swap-off. I mean, potentially Rocket into Phoenix struggles, but Rocket with Punisher does melt down Ensong Inferno before it can intercept the Cosmic Gun Amplifier. But at this point, with so much incoming pressure from two crossfire angles, both the Elsa and the Phoenix, you need the invisible shield so that you don't lose someone early. As we can hear Vertigo's break instantly, as well as Hatro's. That's the amount of damage that both of these duelists can output. But Smashness is staying on the Punisher, which does mean that Alta Zenith, Rose's walls in particular, are going to be coming under much more pressure.
And immediately you can see them pushing on up, taking down the walls, taking down the Rosa, taking down the Phoenix, and just once again, like you said, it's go down on point. Buy time, regroup, portal together. Do not stagger like you did on attack. This is Alta Zenith having to regroup together in order to have any chance of doing this, but they have to fight close range into a Punisher with shotgun, which suddenly is extremely stressful. You can't afford to fight from range.
Oh, here comes Mash, already in cloak form. Just wanting to have the Dark Teleportation instantly available if the portal was dropped directly on their location. Whoops gets to remain on the Elsa. We are in OT. Vertigo is so close to the invisible boundary, but Alta Zenith, this is one of the side factors of them taking so much damage from the Punisher, from the Elsa. They're really close to the Strategist ultimates. The Crazy Kitty might have the win condition right here. Apex Predator comes on through, grabs all of the players stacked on up. Rosa is down. Whoops falls. Monarch has to use the Ensong Inferno, but Exo got the Eternal Bond off. The healing is there for Alta Zenith. They've got Hatro's invisible boundary as well, and Rada missing theirs. Where's the sustainability? They have to keep the players up, but their respawns are so far away.
Overtime started to tick down. The invisible boundary from Alta Zenith is holding them onto the point. Team captain looking for a port with the portal already used out. The final judgment makes it in for Rad. Finally charged up and catching them in the corner. There's nowhere to run. And they are taken down. The counter reinforcement portal from Vertigo. They lose the healer, but they get the damage. It's a triple Vanguard. Single strategist for the last ditch effort. Struggling Prison. Apex Predator to force them off the point, but they keep bodies there. And that will be one last-ditch effort, but Alta Zenith cannot hold. Rad extend their lead. They are 2-0 in these grand finals.
It's this final judgment. It's final judgment.
Huge.
Punisher is the judge, jury, and executioner in that fight. Like, you have no strategists, you have no strategist ultimates. Yes, you have a strange Seraphim shield. It might as well be tissue paper in the face of that Punisher ult. It crumbles so quickly, and they'd already invested the strange TP. So when they lose that fight, everyone has to go. Like, we see Hatro go to the Jeff. Exo tries to go for the Rocket so that they have BRB as well as a potential speed with the roll light for the dashes. Rosa, as you mentioned, tries to come out with Strangling Prison with Whoops lining up the Apex Predator just to grab Rad's players off. It might find eliminations, but it also removes bodies from the objective so that they lose the maximum speed that the cart can move towards that checkpoint and potentially allow Alta Zenith a chance of taking another fight, but they just can't manage it. And Rad, it's a close one. It goes to the wire. It's a huge difference to the last time that these two teams matched up on Midtown, but they pull through an OT, and we go up 2-0 in a series.
This is starting to come down to almost mental fortitude against the attrition, because Alta Zenith, they are 0-2 down, but they are making Rad work for every single bloody inch of these points. They're just getting focused out every single time. We saw a great counter re-engage Portal. Again, throw bodies at the point, delay the objective for as long as possible, Portal back. You said it perfectly earlier on in that same map, and Altastead have executed it perfectly. But the counter Portal, just as Punisher had ultimate, because they did get nuked by the Ensong Inferno before they dropped it the first time, meant that Rad had the reinforcements and just what they needed to make it back to the point. Can they keep that momentum going? They are halfway to a potential victory in this best of 7. We'll have to find out after this break.
welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
And we are back. So far, Rad have taken a 2-0 lead over Ultra Zenith, but Ultra Zenith have made them work for it. And continuing our run of historical matchups, last time we went to Yggdrasil. This time we're continuing with our convoy, but we're heading for something a little more memorable in terms of where history lies. It's a museum! We're heading to the Museum of Contemplation.
But for how long? Because historically in the past when we've seen this map, it's not been a very long stint in that museum. It turns out opening hours are fairly short, as we've seen a whole bunch of full holds come through from here. I think if there's any part of the series that we see these two teams play the atom composition, it is likely going to be here. I would also expect, even if Adam does make it through, it's likely going to not be the 3-3 standard hold, but instead the more traditional, for this season at least, 2 Vanguards, 1 Duelist, a hypercarrier of like Elsa, Phoenix, potentially Bucky, maybe Namor, if those get banned out, and then triple strategist, Adam, Invis, Mantis, or Adam, CD, Mantis.
But the key in most of those lists were Adam and Mantis, who so far aren't going to be in the priority bans, even though some teams have been banning Mantis first. We're going to see Gambit taken away nice and early. No more Rage and Roll flushes. We started off at the start of the day with only Gambit, and now we have exactly 0 Gambit.
Yeah, see, I wonder, like, Ultra if they could have gone for the instant ban on Groot so that Rad don't get Ducky to get it here in the save, but that then opens up the door for Daredevil, which opens up the door for a whole host more problems. The passive of radar sense is actually insane. Like, the information that you have, before the fight even begins, you're getting more value than your opponent, and it's just too risky with all of the flanks that are open on Museum of Contemplation, as Loki is actually going to be able to make it through the ban draft, which means that, yeah, we could very well be getting to see the Loki Adam Starlight strategy come through on the first part of Museum defense, at least.
But I really like this as an early pickup for Ultra Zenith. Normally you'd see teams protect the Adam and try and force out the Loki ban, but Ultra Zenith know the Rad like to dive. So why not protect the character that's better against that? With the teleports, with invisibility, with the, of course, regeneration domain. And that's going to force Rad to, instead of banning the Adam, they take out Mantis. Still will get removed from the board. Damage boost could have been very difficult to deal with. And of course, the team up with Groot and Loki. The Deitific Vitality and the Vibrant Vitality, respectively, means that you are able to get a huge amount of extra damage and healing for your team.
Yeah, Elsa is going to be the save coming through from Rad, so Zenith will not be able to ban it out. But we've seen, like, whoops, Smashness, like, this head-to-head has just... It started on Burn and T'Challa, and it's just going the whole distance. Both of them have had clutch ultimates. Both of them have had amazing setups. Ducky and Rosa on the Groot... Uh-oh. That's a missed save. Ducky and Rosa on the Groot have both been insane with the Strangling Prisons at being able to set up for all of the team to get caught in the Apex Predator, as hopefully Zenith managed to come back in time for the ban, or else we are, okay, there we go, or else we are getting Loki Adam shenanigans. But no, Adam will be prevented from coming through, and Rad now get the last say in terms of those bans for both sides.
One missed protect could be worse, as Rad... Final removal, taking out the Vanguard. Deadpool. That flanking potential on a map with a lot of verticality. Deadpool has a lot of mobility to help out with that as well. And of course, those big early spawn holds, Deadpool can have a huge amount of value. The Fluffy Unicorn Shield gives you great protection and isolation for anyone who steps out around the first point. The ultimate charges extremely quickly is something you love to bring up because it's so important, especially on maps like this. You get a lot of extra value on that for these early fights for big spawn holds.
Especially against the Loki. As we said, like there's a whole mechanic. Like Loki code is so hard to try to understand because I'm guessing when he uses his ultimate, the game just does not register him as the Loki, because if a Deadpool has Banhammer on him, it just slides off the moment that Loki ults. So yeah, it forces Regeneration Domain, or it forces God of Mischief early on. And then if you understand that when you hit Banhammer onto the Loki, he's going to have the ult with the chain reaction. One, you don't actually have to match it. You can just kite it, or you can just play to take the Loki down before that ultimate is able to find the value. As it looks like we're actually going to have Lugia starting off on the Venom on defense. So Rad are going to be playing a little bit of a split here. They're going to have Crossfire set up with both the Phoenix and the Elsa to control two different angles. Ducky's going to be the anchor on the front line with the Groot walls, but Lugia is going to be in charge of splitting Zenith's attention to allow the Phoenix and Elsa to gain more value.
We're not seeing any of our newfangled setups with triple Vanguards or triple Strategists. It's a good old-fashioned 2 Strategists, 2 Vanguard, 2 Duelist setup, but with Lugia trying to play very hefty on the flank, and it seems to have worked out, as they are going to pick up Rosa from a distance thanks to that distraction, but Lugia is going to get caught out and punished as Team Captain moves on to the Angela to try and flank and try and punish anyone who moves in with all that crowd control.
He's already been doing it. Team Captain has just been harassing Lugia Goat, which is the reason why the Venom falls early. Now that the Venom isn't pushing for the backline, though, it becomes a little bit more of a gray area for what Team Captain can do with it, as the Andrew is about less getting eliminations and more creating space, and space has been found. Venom into so much damage is just not going to be able to last all that long, and Zenith are already postured up for checkpoint fight on first. Crazy Kitty does have the Apex Predator, but Ducky has been out of the fight so much, just backing up to not go down early. He does not yet have the Strangling Prison to set up the combo.
For the option Regeneration Domain burned already, meaning that won't be available for the dive, and immediately you start to see Zenith push into the choke point. That is a beautiful Apex Predator, 3 off the side, and Rad's defense is non-existent. Taken out, rushed down, immediately Zenith look to take an aggressive position, and they try to grab one person on the way out as well, but that is Zenith grabbing the first point, but now they're heading into what is notoriously one of the hardest points to push in the game.
Lugia is off the Venom too. He's identified Zenith are just making his life a misery. And Team Captain swaps to the 4, which is now going to make the Angela's life even worse. Crazy Kitty is in charge of just decimating the health bars, trying to force Zenith's momentum to slow down so that Rad can start taking a little bit more space for Smashness to be able to set up Endsong Inferno combo with the Strangling Prison from that Groot ultimate land. For Zenith, they're just playing split. Exo can dodge both as well with the Eternal Bond, and Vertigo takes first turn instead. Aggressive Eternal Bond forcing Exo to mirror, and then Ducky tries to catch the team when they step into it to get the heal.
Getting a huge amount of damage, grabbing 2 out of that straggling prison without even an ultimate follow-up, just out of pure spark damage from the cosmic flames coming in. And Rad are burst off the point. Alter Zenith pushing on through beautifully here, and they take that momentum and they make their way all the way to the doorway, as once again, this point has a very close respawn, so you want to try and take early positioning.
Well, Alter Zenith also don't have all that many fights to be able to win it out. It's just Apex Predator. But Rad are going to be funneled through a choke to be able to get back onto the point, and Apex Predator can be used to deny that. Someone does manage to get through and onto point. Mash walks the team up with the copied God of Mischief into Eternal Bond, and that sets up Terracate plus Crazy Kitty's neutral damage, and Alter Zenith go back to respawn the hard way.
We hold as we see Rad locking down, immediately making their way up to zone them on this top area. If you force them through here, they have a tight choke point where they could get seriously punished, especially by the group from Ducky. If they go the low ground, then they're going to get sieged from the top ramp. That's why it's so hard to push into this main position, not just due to the close spawn points, but also Zenith, they're grouped up, they have Ensong Inferno, and they're creeping their way towards the majority of the rest of their ultimates. But Rad are about to have a bit more of a lead. But Eternal Bond burned early. Don't give them time to charge up. Don't give Rad the opportunity to build these ultimates as they move into the backline. Great flank from Smash. There's Straggling Prison comes on out from Ducky, and then Song on top. That is Alter Zenith sent back, like you say, the quick way.
Yeah, I mean, Rad managed to fin out the fight quickly too, and they needed it. Exo was precious seconds away from Eternal Bond, and this is a mechanic that you'll see in pro play. Stagger out the last elimination, which means the Alter Zenith have to wait yet more time for Rosa to come back on group because they've got Strangling Prison and Song. Something to note is that whips are swapped to the Strange. Are we about to see a teleport open up onto Rad's back line so that Zenith play fast with Strangling Prison and Song combo before Rad can react to it and build a strategist ultimate to be able to survive the fight? There goes the portal. It's not instantly into Strangling Prison. Instead, we get the Ensong Inferno first, proccing out the God of Thunder from Lugia Goat, which lands. Monarch dodges it, but Alter Zenith still have ultimates to continue finding the eliminations, and this time, they're picking apart Rad in such a fast manner, it's going to take Mash just trying to stall out with Eternal Bond for the team to regroup in time.
Can they make their way back in? Crazy Kitty over to the Strange so they can portal in for themselves for their own defense to buy every extra second. The portal comes on out, and Alter Zenith are down to 1 minute and 17 seconds. Rad trying to just push them back, and they've succeeded in doing so. Portal comes out. Alter Zenith don't fight it. They retreat, they reset without losing anyone here. They have the God of Thunder, and they're building up towards their own Eternal Bond from the Loki God of Mischief, which will come out here. The Straggling Prison and Song Inferno, and the push will at least be slowed.
Oh, Alter Zenith, their play. They disengaged, they regrouped, they batteried Hatro's ultimate for God of Mischief copy onto Eternal Bond, and Rad see through it! And they get the elimination through it. Strangling Prison and Song Inferno right on top of it. They've still got players, they're finding trades, they've got the close to respawn, and they're going to win out the fight overall. And Alter Zenith, they already used the portal toucher. This is last fight territory. Alter Zenith will have to burn every ultimate that they have available, and Rad are about to make this ultimate economy hurt.
With just 20 seconds on the clock, no portal, like you say, they have to commit to this. They don't have defensive ultimates. They cannot use an Eternal Bond to touch that point in time, so it's going to be on Team Captain or Whoops to try and make something, or Hatro if they can make their way in with a teleport, but they cannot do so. They're burst down, 2 down right off the bat before a single ultimate is used outside of that Apex Predator, and as such, Alter Zenith will not touch. That is going to be a fantastic hold in the expected spot by Rad. Now, can Rad do better?
Can we just petition to call that the you shall not pass spot on Museum of Contemplation? It is insane. Mash take a bow the fact that he was able to live Eternal Bond, the only person. We see multiple times players finding eliminations when it's just the CD and all of the damage is concentrated on that strategist. Plus, with how close the checkpoint was to the objective, Mash can't use Dark Teleportation because it takes you out of contest.
Yeah.
You
just
would
gotta tank it.
lose. It would just push it to the checkpoint and we would head to third. So the fact that he lives long enough for the regroup from Rad's side to come through inside his own ultimate is absolutely wild. And I'm sure one thing that Alta Zenith are going to be scratching their heads over if they do lose this map to the distance that Rad were able to push.
131 meters and 86 centimeters is what Rad have to beat here. And they are once again running an almost entire mirror. I'm not 100% sure we will see this Black Widow make it out as well, but we have seen teams poke their heads out a little bit on the Widow to try and get an early pickup and then swap off. This is most common on Midtown. This is a map you can do it quite well due to the fact the spawn door has a bit of cover, but no, the Punisher to potentially start off and melt through Rosa for the second time, and Lugia starting off on the Thing to try and lock down Team Captain.
Worked on Midtown. Is it going to work here for Rad? As Smashness is sticking so far with that Punisher, and you can see Alta Zenith, they're not holding close. They know those group walls are going to get shredded in seconds. Instead, we're playing off angles with our Elsa. We're trying to absorb the incoming damage with our strategists, trying to generate up those ult cycles a little bit faster, but that comes at the cost of giving Rad a lot more space. It has to be temporary, though. The moment that Rad round the corner, out comes the Terror Cape from Exo, and there go the eliminations, lighting up for Alta Zenith's side.
It's a 1-for-1. Smashness goes down, as does Rosa, meeting the front line for a back line. But currently, that means Lugiago is completely uncontested on this corner. We'll finally start to take some damage from the range as Phoenix and Elsa begin to unload. But already, Ducky has pushed up, and the chase is on. Force them back to give that car space, and now they can hold the doorway. If they can hold the doorway, they're going to get that first point with very good time. But Alta Zenith, they already have their eternal bond with the God of Mischief, and they now have a space to make their way through, but they will not have Team Captain.
Well, Alta Zenith won't have to worry about being sent off the cliff by the Apex Predator. They do have to worry about the actual Apex Predator, but Whoops finds his ultimate as well. Endsong Inferno from Monarch at the same time, and Alta Zenith just sweep the eliminations. Rad are pushed back to spawn yet again as Team Captain swaps off of the 4. I like this change. Magneto means that you have more utility, you've got good combo potential with Endsong Inferno, but also the 4 was not working because Lugiago on the Thing is literally immobile to being displaced.
So in this case, you can just ping from range, do a lot of damage, and of course shield your backline if need be. Eternal Bonds mirrored out from both sides. Straggling Prison from Ducky as the main engage tool takes out both of the backline members, but is there enough damage for the finishing blow? We see the escape from the Phoenix, and the chase continues. Monarch will fall as Crazy Kitty piles on the pressure onto Team Captain. Meteor M's going to come on in, looking for that backline, but Crazy Kitty has already wrapped around and is continuing the flank, allowing Rad to smash their way through. The choke point is going to get zoned out, completely preventing all reinforcements, but Portal will be coming in from the other side. It's incredibly staggered, but it is buying time, and that's what Alta Zenith need right now.
Patro is so close to that ultimate. So too was Monarch, but he gets taken down before Endsong Inferno comes through in full. So it's just a reliance on regeneration domain, and Rad have Mash's ultimate ready to go. God of Mischief copies onto the Eternal Bond. They get to invade the safe space that Alta Zenith's backline were trying to play. Sneaking Hatro closer to the ultimate. He gets the copy off in time, but the rest of his team are already seeing the wrong side of respawn, and the checkpoint had already come through, which just bleeds into ultimate economy. Alta Zenith will be lacking on first fight of second point.
Now Alta Zenith, they need to regroup. Monarch almost gets picked off on the neutral while trying to retreat and regroup, but Rad, they have the momentum. Quick knock up from Team Captain as they try and duel on the front line, but the flank is already set up. Smashness building up towards an Endsong Inferno, but Crazy Kitty pulls the trigger with the Apex Predator. Will not find anyone this time as Alta Zenith will tank on through and prepare themselves for a re-engage. They move down to the low ground to try and delay this. Endsong Inferno from Smashness into the backline, mirrored by Monarch. Both of them try to get a quick blow, but no straggling prince for the setup. Ducky drops theirs just in time. Team Captain falls early, and it's another double wipe, making a triple on Alta Zenith. And Rad begin to push up towards that finish line. But remember, this point is real close to spawn.
Yeah, and Alta Zenith, they have ultimates to be able to last out this fight. Exo will have Eternal Bond, and Whoops can punish if Vertigo tries to mirror with the Apex Predator. The difference is they're rather closer to the God of Mischief, and they'll have clobbering time to potentially catch a CC. Exo starts things off, Rosa with the Strangling Prison. There's the clobbering time to interrupt Alta Zenith walking with that CD ultimate, and Rad are losing players. Matt tries to bail the team out with a late God of Mischief copy, but they're already down so many, and now it comes up to a clutch, but they're lacking the Phoenix. The Elsa is absent. Alta Zenith should be able to see the fight through.
They're a little bit staggered now, in fact, losing another member. Rad takes out the thing, takes out the Loki, and that's a big stagger onto the side of Rad. Alta Zenith will stabilize at this rough choke point with 2 minutes left on the clock. Portals are going to be off for quite a while, as they were used at the beginning of this first point, at the end of the last point, meaning that Rad are going to have to walk this up the old-fashioned way, and without ultimates, only just now building towards Apex Predator and Strangling Prison.
I mean, you just have to look for the ult dump fight. You can't take this in halves. You have to battery, and that's what we're seeing. A little bit of damage, a whole lot of strategist battery for those ultimates to come out before they walk. Alta Zenith, they're going to be able, though, to understand the hesitation. They just don't want to commit their ultimates because they know that they have to last out the time bank too. So it's Regeneration Domain, Terracate from the CD, and then a look for the wombo combo of Strangling Prison and Ensong Inferno stacking right through Rad's whole team. Yes, Loki had Regeneration Domain up, but Phoenix ult destroys all summons, so you don't have to worry about the one-shot getting fully healed back for the team. But look what Rad did. They burned out the wombo combo from Alta Zenith's side. They're still holding on to theirs, and Tetcha, they're going to be able to walk this next fight with 6 ultimates. Alta Zenith have to understand they're going to lose players. They have to be able to stall for the regroup.
They have both their defensive ultimates. Apex Predator going to be coming on out, trying to split the team in two. You don't have to worry about all these ultimates being used together if they're picked in half, but it's not enough for a finishing blow. In comes the first pickup, taking out Whoops on the backline. This is the player who usually swaps to Strange, though, so they can try and reinforce this if the cooldown is up here. Eternal Bond going to be coming in from Hatro to reinforce and, like you said, buy time, because Lugia is creating a lot of space. Clobber in time as Mash sieges down from above. Rosa falls. It's going to be Monarch portaling back in as everyone else rushes the point, but that finish line creeps closer and closer. No more defensive tools left for Alta Zenith. It's got to be bodies, and if they lose Exo here, that's a massive stagger. Portal comes out, but the team is incredibly separated, losing one by one. Yancey Street charge for bonus health. They try to use the Regeneration Domain, but Hatro is focused down. He's able to sustain, delay, body blocks to try and force them off the point as overtime is ticking on in, but Alta Zenith are losing one by one. Straggling Prison from Rosa is simply a delay of the inevitable, and Rad extend their lead. They are on match point.
Welcome to how you break the you shall not pass spots on the map. It's ult dump. Like, straight up, it feels so weird to say because we're always talking about you can't use all of your ultimates in one fight because you have to save something for the fight that comes afterwards, or you're going to get hard punished when we look at the long con. But when you get to those parts of the map and you have 2 minutes left to just generate your ultimate economy, you need one fight to win. You need to find the eliminations quickly. You need to stop the opponent from getting to last the fights long enough to battery up their own win conditions to outlast you. And that's exactly what Rad do. They bank up 6 ultimates, and only then do they walk, fully understanding with how close the objective was to checkpoint. Alta Zenith can't kite them out. They have to stand and meet, and worse for the strategists, they have to invest to try to stall for a portal to come through. So when that portal does come through, it's only Loki Regeneration Domain that can try to give the team a stable position. But by that point, Rad have got the Phoenix, they've got the Elsa in position to burn the runes down, take all of the angles, and deal with all of the players that jump out.
And with that, Alta Zenith find themselves on the brink. They've done everything in their power to try and take Rad. They've had 2 map choices in their favor to try and flick this in their way, and yet they still find themselves currently 0-3 as Rad are now 1 win away from becoming your Marvel Rivals Championship champions. This is rough. They have essentially one last chance They've tried Convoy twice. It hasn't
Yes.
worked. Do you try Convergence? Do you take them back to Dom? They got close on Dom. Where do we go? We'll have to find out. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, it's what could be the final match or the beginning of the comeback. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends in the
This could be the last one, and if it is, let's bring it home as we are heading into map number 4 of this best of 7. Will Rad close this out, or will Alta Zenith begin the reverse sweep? They're taking us to the living island of Krakoa as we've avoided some convoy, and it's back to domination.
I mean, domination was where Alta Zenith looked really competitive against Rad at the start of the series. The fact that we got all 3 submaps of Burn and T'Challa goes to show Alta Zenith pulled around. Not just that, they pulled around really dominantly against Rad before we got that insane 199 OT brawl out for the overall winner, as Alta Zenith continue going for the instant ban on Daredevil, which I would imagine is going to mean that Rad, seeing the group 3, are going to be saving that first protection for Ducky One's favorite Vanguard as they go yet again for the Gambit ban. So even if Loki makes it for the ban phase, it won't be the double cast of the Raging Royal Flush.
It could still be the double cast of the Karmic Revival, but we've seen these teams kind of move away from that style. And of course, there are some points of this map where that's not so good, and some points where it's potentially the best in the game. So we'll have to see if that's the direction the teams wish to go. But for now, the prediction is coming to pass. Prophet Moxie continues as we see the Groot protected, and Mantis makes it through into a protect.
Wait, Mantis and Groot? Okay,
Yeah.
Surely Loki at some point gets addressed in the ban, as there goes the Wolverine. Not surprising when you look at Rad's duelist lineup. Like, Lugia has been known to play the Wolverine when he flexes off of Vanguard, but we also have Smashnez and Crazy Kitty, who were some of the best Wolverines in the EMEA region. Last year, as we talked about, Loki has to go. That team up is just entirely too strong. Plus, if you want to play any form of dive, Regeneration Domain as a cooldown is absolutely busted, as the dive is forced to go in first. Soft dive, force out the cooldown, get out with all of your plays still intact, stabilize, and come back for the actual dive for the elimination.
Elsa's going to be protected once again, making their way in, and now with Mantis on the board, that's a very big threat, and it's even more so now, as the Living Gunshot is going to be enhanced with the Deadpool team up, as he finally makes it into a protect, as opposed to a ban from Alta Zenith, and Cloak and Dagger taken away here. It's been getting some really good value from these teams, and it was kind of what saved Rad in that previous series, getting a lot of extra value just on the point for all their delays, but now the final ban of Invisible Woman taken away, meaning we are losing a lot of these big defensive ultimate strategists.
Are we going to be seeing Luna?
Maybe?
Both...
Or do we just go for Zootopia backline?
I mean, Dagger's removed, Invis is removed. If you want, like, really good flat burst heals, Luna would be the best thing to go. Or like you said, you could just go for, as we're seeing from Rad's side, full dive composition with the Rocket, with the Jeff. Alter Zenith, it is Krakoa. This is a really good domination round for the Atom. Could put Hatro onto that strategist, and Exo goes to the Luna to have the team up of Light and Shadow Karma, which is really, really strong because if you're anticipating dive, Luna being able to translate damage done to her opponents to heals on herself means that she's going to be able to absorb that dive and reach a point in the fight where dive loses its cooldowns, loses its pressure, loses its threat, has to back on off, and you get all of the map space without trading any of your players.
And of course, the big reward when you're going dive with a Luna, that idol, or something that you really harped on in the first stage of Ignite, because it is just that important. If you're going to dive, you might as well make sure they get sustained no matter where they are. You just heal whoever's in the front, or your backline if you're getting dived yourself, and you get value out of it by healing whoever your dive vanguard is, or your dive duelist on the other side of the map. Used to be played a lot with the Psylocke. Portal comes out not for a full engage here. This is just Alter Zenith choosing to take aggressive positioning.
Yeah, they're gonna go for point. That way they can stack up, they can try and scout out where exactly the dive is coming from, and just Team Captain on the 4 can intercept it, just like that. Ducky tries to get into a position, instantly replaced with that Thunder Surge coming on through. As Rad lose players, though it is traded. Monarch goes down now, and Alter Zenith, if they're not running the Rocket, which means no BRB to bring a player back early, the way that Smashnez is now brought back into the fight, and Rad continue to have pick potential from range with Smashnez. That Phoenix, the Elsa, they're all going to be taking far more angles when everyone from Alter Zenith is occupied dealing with the Deadpool and the Angela.
Beautiful charge there from Team Captain, able to catch Lugigo in the sky, and that allows the rest of the team to focus them down. Crazy Kitty drops as well, and Alter Zenith are just picking people off one by one here. They're on 32%, Moxie, and Alter Zenith once again showing that they're making Rad work for every inch here, and they're just a second away at this point from capping a point and getting themselves back to the series if they can keep this momentum going.
Okay, there's the swap. Lugia goes to the Venom. Angela is just kept 2 down by that 4, as well as potentially going for the symbiotic shenanigans. The Smashnez does have Ensong Inferno. This time, no Groot to be able to stack all of the players from Alter Zenith up in one position and potentially find picks through. They might use the Cosmic Ion Amplifier for the damage boost to have the pick potential off of it instead. As we get Jeff coming through from Mash, Alter Zenith don't have a great way of preventing it outside of something like the God of Thunder, as that's a huge stun and a huge Apex Predator as Smashness just sends out the Ensong Inferno right on Hatro's position to take out the Jeff middle.
That looked okay for just a second. Exo with a perfect fate of both worlds to follow the Apex Predator and try and keep the team alive. But by that point, they're out of position, they're grouped up, and they're going to get nuke the Ensong Inferno directly onto the Jeff as well for just a little bit of extra style to make sure that they couldn't get away from the point here. And Alter Zenith, the Luna has been abandoned. They are 2 on the Zootopia backline as they bring out the Rocket and the Jeff, the Landshark.
Yeah, it's a different matter when you're trying to play into a dive that is now set up. That Luna being alone would just have been too vulnerable. Alter Zenith would have to sacrifice too many resources to keep her in the fight, as Jeff Heals alone would not have been able to stand up to the crazy damage peaks of an Elsa and a Phoenix. As Rad being in control, they can now just bounce the point off of their own personal positions without fully committing into a part where Alter Zenith can look to punish, both with the 4 but also with the Strange, as Eye of Agamotto catapults into the backline, lands onto 2, and the Maelstrom of Madness takes out Smashnez, but crucially not Vertigo. So the Phoenix gets traded a whole ultimate for a basic cooldown from the strategist instead.
It's Jeff coming out from both sides, from Rad defensively, keeps them in this fight as Alter Zenith lose Team Captain off the board, comes back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon to keep this fight going as the dive comes in from Lugigo. While this is happening, Lugigo is up to 92% from the Feast from the Abyss, which could give them a huge burst potential as they continue to pile on the pressure. Alter Zenith are just getting zoned away bit by bit. That Deadpool in Hard was a living bullet, doing so much damage and keeping them forced off the point.
It's worrying now for Alter Zenith because, like, you're going to be going up against Apex Predator and Ensong Inferno. Ensong Inferno can take out your Cosmic Ion Amplifier that Hatro is trying to get up to be able to match Vertigo's. Or they can use it to just target Exo out of the Jeff ultimate mid-cast as well, as they're just not going to have a lot of sustainability. It's a glass cannon, very fragile build, which means that Rad with the setup and positioning already on the point with all of the angles already developed. When it comes to the Cosmic Ion Amplifier mirror, they're just in a better position to be able to take the fight.
And there's no strange for the portal back, meaning that Rad take a solid win back there, taking what looked like Alta Zenith with an incredible hold, but the second it was broken, Alta Zenith had to adjust, and you mentioned it perfectly. They just could not enter into Rad's space safely, and we just saw them getting picked off one by one as time went on, as we head into the Grove, and Alta Zenith now teeter on the edge. If they lose this point, they get second. If they win it, they're still in it, but Rad, they have Ensong Inferno, they have the Apex Predator, and they're soon to have It's Jeff. On the other side, Alta Zenith, they have Apex Predator, and It's Jeff, and that's it.
Yeah, it feels like Alta Zenith, like they're experimenting with this Vanguard line, trying to work out the best possible way to play retake into that dive compositions. We saw the Strange, we saw the Four, we saw the Angela, we saw a hint of Venom just now when they're in spawn, waiting to break out of doors for the first fight here on Grove. But it's going to actually land on Team Captain with the Vanguard Deadpool and Rosa on the Angela. So looking to try and find those Angela spears, intercept Lugia's position. There's no Four just yet. We'll have to see if Rad lose a fight. Potentially Lugia swaps off of the Venom and goes back onto the Asgardian instead.
We'll have to see. They've not got a lot of ult charge, so it wouldn't be too much of a loss. But first, already making their way to the point. They build Symbiotic Shenanigans up for Mash, who is getting targeted down. Apex Predator coming out extremely early from Crazy Kitty as Ducky looks to capitalize and will be able to focus down Team Captain and build up a little bit of XP with the selfie in the meantime as they force back Alta Zenith as well. And first point cap going over to Rad as they start to build up that percentage and chase Alta Zenith all the way back to spawn.
Oh, the late eliminations tier. Rosa gets picked by Crazy Kitty. Whoops is already down. Rad are just going to break all of the map cover as well so that Smashness and Crazy Kitty can potentially pick up a person when Alta Zenith are rotating, as there's not a lot of shield coverage. Angela is very selfish when it comes to shield for the rest of her team. She's much more about creating a disruption on a different space entirely, as we can get to see that silhouette all the way on the right side. Smashness, though, they saw it, and they know that Angela is going to be poking up some point into that backline for them to have to turn and deal with it. Crazy Kitty is removed, brought back by the Battle Recall Beacon, though, and it's only temporary space that Alta Zenith are able to pick up before they have to commit to the fight. And yet again, Rad have all of the angles, all of the ults. When it comes to scrapping it out, they just find the elimination so quickly.
Crazy Kitty from the top rope, the Ensong Inferno on top of the fish, and this is Rad continuing to dominate on this domination point. Alta Zenith, all that momentum they have in the first point seems to have evaporated. They got halfway towards the point cap there, and then immediately lost the fight. Lugia is up to a feast of the abyss, meaning that Alta Zenith, even if they push onto the point, are at great risk of just being detonated by that, combined with an Apex Predator, or even just the damage output from a Cosmic Ion Amplifier, which might not even be needed, because a Apex Predator does the job on its own, but Crazy Kitty does get picked off by Whoops on the turnaround.
But where's the win condition for Alta Zenith?
Yeah.
They've got the Angela, they have Heaven's Retribution. Maybe you combine that with the Ensong Inferno. Problem for that is that one, Rad are on a dive composition, so there's no way the team is going to be fully stacked up. Two, you can't get your Strange Portal out of spawn because it's Jeff cast, just grabs Rosa before the portal can be cast, and that is game. No one is going to be able to tap onto the point in time, and Rad close out the series with a very dominant full shutdown, 100 to 0% take of Grove.
Rad.gg, more like Rad exclamation point, as they hold that beautifully. That is a 4-0. It does not tell the whole story, as Alta Zenith made them work for it hard. But undisputedly, Rad are your Season 6 MRC champions and will be going on into Ignite along with Alta Zenith and Crownfall, but Rad will make their way through with that $7,000 prize pool and the pride of being the champions.
Yeah, Rat's composition, like, Lugia Goat on the Venom could potentially have been punishable there with Alta Zenith, with the Angela. Problem for them was that the moment Rad won their first fight on Grove, they did not have to commit Lugia Goat towards Alta Zenith's back line, so there was no easy spare opportunity for Alta Zenith. Then they wanted to try to create space for the team to walk through the gauntlet of fire, which was the Phoenix and the Elsa poking them down from far, but the Angela might have found one elimination. Battle Recall Beacon just brings that player right back into the fray, and Rad with better ultimate economy, all of the angles, all of the map control, just win out the fights with all of those advantages turned against their opponent.
And we can have a look at some of the highlights from that game, as this was still a bit of a belter, especially that first round. Alta Zenith claiming the first point and building a huge amount of percentage, but you can see this is when it flipped. The Fate of Both Worlds expiring just in time for an Ensong Inferno directly onto Atro, meaning that Alta Zenith lost their entire backline in one fell swoop. A fight that looks like it could have gone in their favor is flipped immediately with the help of that Apex Predator and Ensong Inferno combo that Rad execute just so well.
Not just that, but Rad rolling out with the Venom already there for first fight on Grove with symbiotic shenanigans just gives them the lead in terms of sustainability so that they can win out the fight on high ground. They can come through with an Apex Predator, catch out Alta Zenith, and as we talked about, when we look at these dive compositions on domination, it becomes so much easier when you have the space, when you can set up, when you can scout when your opponent walks, and punish, hit them in the rotation so that they have no opportunity to take fights when they want to, and it cuts through the coordination as well. Coordinated play has a whole set of comm cycles. You finish out a fight, you have to ult track, you then use the ult track to start fight planning. If you start walking early, Dive gets to see that and gets to hit when you're halfway through deciding where you want to go and what you want to do. And Rad, we get to see it here, had such a good showing when they got to play those dive compositions. We can see why Alta Zenith in the ban draft removed the Daredevil, because you add Daredevil to the recipe and Rad are absolutely hitting for success with each of those dives coordinated to a perfect T.
And you can see here the results for today. Cramfall able to take a couple maps, but unable to make their way into that grand finals, but they will still be being seen in Ignite. Along with Alta Zenith, they got the run back that they wanted, but their white whale continues, or in this case, their red whale, as Rad take another dominant win. An incredible MRC performance from Rad. They are your champions, and they are heading into Ignite with a lot of momentum because they've had the extra games. They are a well-known team full of ex-Ignite players, so they're probably going to be able to get Ignite scrims very easily. Everything's looking up Rad.
Yeah, but Alta Zenith, like, when you compare this series to the earlier series that they played, night and day. So keep an eye on this team. The improvement that they were able to find so quickly. They have so much potential. And speaking about potential, potentially you're going to open up the game. Maybe you have some credits burning a hole in your pocket. Well, get your hands on the Captain America Cursed Captain skin, because this is one of, if not his best cosmetic that they've added to the game, and you can get your hands on it right now.
We love seeing a symbol of hope, a hero just being turned to the dark side, potentially. In this case, the Cursed Captain. Even cursed, a hero never stops fighting. But also, what these people might be fighting for sometimes is freedom. And the once captive Corsair has made its way into freedom and potentially into your Marvel Rivals once purchased in the Marvel Rivals store. Freedom isn't given, it is taken. Break the chains and claim the stars. We're getting very close to being able to have a full pirate roster.
Do you think we'll actually have a pirate crew? Like, we just get to see
We've got Deadpool, we've got Psylocke, we've got the more. We're getting there. I mean, it's mostly duelists, but we're getting there.
Okay, hold on a minute, Tetra. We're getting dangerously close to a 6-person composition that I get in my ranked lobbies. Let's put a pin in that one, shall we say? Throw a couple of pyro-themed
Give it a
cosmetics
bit.
the Vanguards and Strategists way, please, before we have a discussion about that one, because you'll be starting to get into the woods of, oh yeah, Avenger composition, where there is no strategist in the team, so that's going to fall apart fairly quickly. But I'm so excited. Like,
Yeah.
this MRC was an appetizer for what is to come for the Ignite preseason, which is just around the corner.
It's so
All of
close.
these players, the old players that we knew from last year, the new talent coming through looking to prove themselves, they're going to meet, and we're going to get to see explorations of new metas, new identities to come on through. It's going to be an absolute buffet of banger matchups when we head into that one. But before we do so, we've got to actually go to America for their
We do.
MLC Grand Finals as well. Potentially they get a full BO7 series too.
We'll be finding out. The Americas have their Ignite teams as well, but they still need a champion. So make sure to stick around, or at least turn on notifications for the stream, whichever platform you're watching it on, so that you can be prepared whenever the streams go live. And of course, so that you're prepared when that Ignite preseason is in front of your eyeballs. But for now, from myself, Tetra, Moxie, and the entire EMEA team, we thank you for watching this MRC. Make sure to ignite the battle and prepare for the Americas after this.